can download for Apple and Android devices. There's a tab at the bottom called Live. When you go there, you can RSVP to the sessions that you want to attend and get all the information you need from there as well. And you can also pair all these things and sync all the sessions with your Google Calendar. Super easy. You go to bit.ly/Mindvalley Summit 2021, and then you see the magic happens. All the sessions, they just pop on your Google Calendar. You can choose the one you want to attend and get the link straight from there. Most practical tip we can give you today. And all these links that I just showed you and more information for you to make the most out of this event is in your attendee guide. For you to access your attendee guide, just go to bit.ly/Summit Guide 21. This is the mother of all links. There is where you find all the links. If you're lost, there are too many things, just go to this attendee guide that you find all the information that I just gave you there in one place. There's also a Telegram group if you want to connect with other students by going at t.me/Mindvalley. And the recordings for day 1, day 2, and day 3, they are going to be available for Mindvalley members, or if you're not a Mindvalley member yet, but you get your membership up until Friday, up until this coming Friday, then you have the recordings available in your Mindvalley app. For sessions that are going to be translated. So right now you're going to look at the agenda, you find the sessions that you want to attend. You will see in the description of those sessions, in case English is not your favorite language, you see on the description what are the sessions that will be translated into other languages. And for the ones that will be translated in your Zoom window, for you to access the translation, the real-time translation, you just go to language interpretation. There will be a button at the bottom of your Zoom window called language interpretation. You can choose the language that you want the real-time translation, so you can follow in your favorite language. Throughout the day today, you can follow and tag Mindvalley Vision or any of the authors that you'll be learning from on Instagram. It'll be super cool to see a selfie, a little video of you doing an exercise or watching the sessions on your own computer or on your phone, or taking some notes. You feel free to post all the pictures. We go crazy when we see them. You can tag Mindvalley Vision and any of the authors that you are learning from. And if you are now at the same time, if you're coming from yesterday, and overnight your main dreams are, my goodness, what will my life be if I update my membership to Mindvalley Pro? How do I do this thing? Maybe I should try, maybe should I not? Where I find more information? I want to take that step. Where do I go? This is the link. There you go. Mindvalley.com/pro to get Mindvalley Pro membership, or if you already have a Mindvalley membership, you can upgrade your membership to Pro under this link. And for health certifications, if you're already interested, because maybe you already heard from Whole Body Seminar or from other channels about Mindvalley health certifications, and you want to know where the link is, we are going to give it to you at the right time today in a couple of sessions that we are presenting to you the health certifications. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started with our first session today. And if you are here, it's because you know that you want to have the most beautiful experience with our next speaker, Paul McKenna. It's a very special moment to introduce Paul McKenna, because he has started working with Mindvalley a few years ago. And he has become almost immediately one of our favorite teachers for the amount of insight and amount of mind-blowing experiences that he provides to all the Mindvalley students and Mindvalley members. Paul McKenna, he's British, and he's considered the top 1 hypnotist in the world. He has worked with people from all over the world, hundreds of thousands of people, helping them become more confident, help them quit smoking, help them getting rich, helping them getting thinner, helping them create self-confidence, becoming a better person. He has even worked with the United Nations very lately, showing how we can solve most complex problems of human life in a split second with astonishing results. Now, he is the guy that London Times consider as one of the top influential teachers today, alongside Nelson Mandela and Dalai Lama. We're not kidding when we say that this guy is powerful, and it's my honor and my pleasure to introduce all of you and bring on stage, welcome all, Paul McKenna. Paul McKenna, it's good to see you, my friend. How are you doing?
Very good to see you. Thank you very much. And welcome to what is going to be a life-changing 40 minutes. I want to do with you everything that I would do with you if you were sat here in my study and we were doing a coaching session to make your life better. Now, I'm going to be touching upon 5 areas: reducing stress, increasing confidence, increasing resilience, motivation, and happiness. Now, because we only have a certain amount of time, unfortunately, I won't be able to do any Q&A or to work with anyone individually. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to work with you, and I'm going to do a number of techniques, thought experiments, visualizations. I'm a hypnotist. I won't be doing old-fashioned hypnotherapy. I'll be doing modern hypnosis, NLP, and some psychosensory techniques. So I want to start really by dealing with stress, because I've noticed that a lot of people during the last year have become very stressed. They become anxious or they panic about things. And that's understandable because the world is upside down. And so if you hadn't had some stress, there'd be something wrong. But the very first technique I want to teach you is something that is used by all 4 divisions of the American military. It's called heart math. Now, the reason it's called that is because in our heart, we have about the same number of communication connections as we do in our head. So what I'd like you to do right now is think about something that makes you stressed or anxious. Take a moment to think about it now. And as you do, notice how stressed you are on a scale of 1 to 10. 1's the lowest, 10's the most. And then what I want you to do is put your hand on your heart and take 3 slow, deep breaths. Breathe in with me. Because people, when they're stressed, they forget to breathe properly. Let it go. And then breathe in again. And gently let it go. And then breathe in again. And this time, as you let it go, close your eyes. And I'd like you to remember a time that you felt really good. Maybe you were laughing with friends, or it was a beautiful day. Maybe you'd fallen in love, or something wonderful had happened, and return to that time like you're back there again. Now, see what you saw, hear what you heard, feel how good you felt. And there you go. In less than 60 seconds, you will have changed the number that you had, for your stress, usually dramatically. So, as I say, all 4 divisions of the American military use this when they find themselves in overwhelm. Hand on your heart, draws your attention to your heart, reduces cortisol, stress hormone, and then 3 slow, deep breaths, and remember a time you felt good. There's another technique I want to share with you as well, because I want to get everybody calm before we get everybody confident and motivated. Because if you are worrying, and a lot of people have got into this habit, thinking, am I going to get sick? Am my family going to get sick? Is the economy going to crash? Is the world going to be different? And they literally train themselves. They get into a habit of worrying, which is overprotecting. Well, it's a fantastic technique from the world of psychosensory therapy. Psychosensory, you may have seen people tap on various parts of their body, TFT, this fantastic technique created by my dear friend, the late Professor Callahan. Well, the new kid on the block, the hottest technique in psychosensory therapies is something called havening. Just try this for a moment. Just put your left hand here and your right hand here and stroke the side of your arms. Now, when you do that, that feels nice, doesn't it? Because when you were a little baby, your mother did this. You are hardwired to feel good. Now, when you go through a traumatic or a stressful time, a 100 hertz wave travels from the thalamus in your brain and phosphorates what's called the AMPA receptors. I mean, I could go on and on about the science, but you don't need to know that. All you need to know is that your brain goes into a state of super alertness. When you touch here like this, and you move your eyes laterally, not up, but laterally from side to side, it creates a delta wave and calms you. So, once again, I'd like you to think about something that stresses you, worries you, panics you, causes you anxiety. Put your hands here, think about that thing, and notice on a scale of 1 to 10 how strong it is, and begin stroking the side of your arms. And then close your eyes, think about the stress, and then clear your mind. Completely clear your mind. Keep stroking the side of your arms like this. And I want you to imagine that we're walking on a beach. And with each footstep that you take in the sand as you stroke your arms now, I'm going to count out loud from 1 to 20. 1, keep stroking your arms. 2, 3, 4, 5, keep stroking your arms. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Keep stroking the side of your arms. That's it, good. And with your eyes closed, move your eyes laterally to the left and then laterally to the right. Your eyes to the left, your eyes to the right, eyes to the left, eyes to the right, eyes to the left, eyes to the right. Still stroking the side of your arms, I want you to remember a time you felt good. Maybe you were laughing with friends, maybe you were on vacation, or something else, and just return to that time like you're back there again now. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and feel how good you felt. That's right. And notice where you feel that good feeling in your body. Is it in your chest or your heart? Is it in your head? And I'd like you to give that feeling a color. Maybe it's gold, maybe it's red, maybe it's blue, maybe it's green. Whatever color you choose it to be, imagine moving that color all the way to the top of your head as you stroke the side of your arms, and all the way down to the tips of your toes, and then double the brightness. Double it again and double it again. That's right. And then move your eyes to the left and your eyes to the right. Eyes to the left, eyes to the right. And then open your eyes and come on back out. Now, right now, you should be feeling quite calm. And when you think about that thing that was stressing you, on a scale of 1 to 10, you should have a lower number. Many people will have a very low number. Other people, it'll be a bit lower, so you just need to practice this again and again. I've placed a video of this on my YouTube channel, which you can use for free. In fact, you can use pretty much all my techniques on my YouTube channel for free right now, whilst the world is going through this particularly challenging time. But if you're interested in this technique, it's called havening, as in a safe haven. Now, we've lots to do, and we've only got half an hour to do it. So let's talk about confidence. Years ago, when I was writing a book about confidence, like nearly 20 years ago, I suppose, a couple of people said to me, "Confidence? You're writing a book about confidence? What do you mean, a training manual to make more arrogant people?" I said, no. Those people are in your face. They're very unconfident. They're overcompensating. Real confidence is when you feel natural, when you feel authentic, when you are comfortable in your own skin. And athletes do a thing called mental rehearsal. They rehearse winning a race or beating an opponent or taking part in a tournament over and over again. They basically, through the power of visualization, train their mind and body to feel and act in a particular way. So very often when I'm, as it were, teaching or training somebody to be more confident, I do it like this. And I'd like you once again to use the power of your imagination, because I'm going to demonstrate to you a simple principle. I'd like you to remember a time that you felt very good. Just a time from the past, any time. And return to it now like you're back there again. See what you saw, hear what you heard, and feel how good you felt. Make the colors richer, brighter, bolder. Make the sounds loud and the feeling strong, and really enjoy that feeling. Yeah, there you go. That's right. Like you're back there again now. And then I'd like you to open your eyes and come on back out. Now we're going to try a different thought experiment. I want you to remember a time that you didn't feel so good. You felt mildly uncomfortable. Maybe you'd had an argument, or somebody was mean to you, or you failed at something you wanted to achieve, or something like that, right? And I want you to remember it now. Just for a few moments, you're going to feel uncomfortable. Remember that uncomfortable time. And now I want you to float out of your body and see the back of your head as you send the movie of that memory further and further away. That's right, looking at the back of your head as you see it moving further and further away from you. 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 feet away, way off into the distance. So you can see you over there in that upsetting time, far, far away. Next, I'd like you to drain all the color out of this movie, this memory, until it becomes like an old black and white movie. And then imagine it's on tissue paper, and then it's gone. Now, the principle I want to demonstrate to you here is that when we're inside a memory, and the colors are rich and bright and bold, it has greater emotional intensity than when we are outside and we're further away. Now, the important thing about this is if you give a person a fish, they eat for a day. If you teach a person to fish, they eat for life. So this principle I've just shown you, which is inside the good times, outside the bad times, is going to be very important for what we do next. So once again, I'd like you to close your eyes, because the only way to feel good or bad is to either remember something bad that happened to you, or to imagine something good that could happen to you, right? That's it. That's the only way to feel good or bad, right? So let's do something now to increase your confidence, natural confidence, get you feeling authentic, at ease, in a state of peak performance, just the way I do it with athletes, with professional speakers, with business achievers, with all kinds of different people, even the most challenged people who have no confidence whatsoever, really shy people. What I'd like you to do is I'd like you to close your eyes and imagine you're looking at a cinema screen, just a small one, but you can see you on that screen. And I'd like you to take your time now to imagine a you that's slightly more confident, a you that, is more at ease in themselves, a you that stands, breathes, smiles in a confident way. Look at the way that you gesture, hear the tone of your voice, the way that you're comfortable in yourself, the way that you interact with other people. Confidently, you're in control of yourself. You feel good. You're feeling in control in this situation because you're confident. And now, when that movie looks pretty good, in fact, when it looks really good, float over and step in to that more confident you. See through the eyes of your more confident self, hear through the ears of your more confident self, and feel this greater sense of confidence. And then from this place, I'd like you to imagine you're looking at another screen. And on this screen, I want you to make a movie of an even more confident you. Look at the way you stand, breathe, smile, the way you gesticulate, the way that you talk to other people, the way that you have about you that is confident. You radiate confidence. Look at the light behind your eyes, that confident you. And then look at you handling all sorts of different situations. Maybe you're giving a presentation, or you're dealing with a difficult person, or you're just going about your everyday life. And when that movie looks good and you look good, you look confident, healthy, and happy, float over and into you, and into this confident you, and see through the eyes of your more confident self, hear through the ears of your more confident self, and feel this greater confidence. And now I'd like you to notice where you feel that confident feeling strongest in your body. Is it in your chest? Is it in your head? Is it in your arms? And give it a color. And then move that color all the way up to the top of your head and down to the tips of your toes, and double it. And double it again and double it again. That's right, until you are glowing with this confident feeling. Now, I'd like you to imagine taking this confident feeling into all the main areas in your life, into your relationships, personal and professional, into work situations, maybe dealing with challenging people or different situations, into your social life. I'd like you to imagine waking up in the morning feeling this confident through the day, all the way through the evening. Into situations where you need this confidence. Imagine seeing what you'll see, hearing what you'll hear, and feeling how good you feel as you feel this confident. Because we're instructing your mind and body to create the neurophysiological state of confidence and to take it into your life and to generalize it into every area of your life. When you're ready, open your eyes and come on back out. So right now, you should be feeling pretty confident. See, a lot of people are very good at practicing feeling unconfident. They think about all the time about how they failed in the past, how they could fail in the future. And of course, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. What I'm going to encourage you to do is to make a movie of yourself succeeding. And when that movie looks good, step into that you. Become that confident you. See through the eyes of your more confident self. Hear your internal dialogue right now. Hear your internal dialogue in this moment saying this: all is well. All is well. All is well. That's right. And feel this great confident feeling. Now, next, we're going to talk about resilience. A lot of people think resilience is just toughing it out. Well, there's an element of persistence in resilience, but it's also about flexibility. Now, we know through an area of science called cybernetics, a particular thing called the law of requisite variety. And the law of requisite variety is that basically the part of a system that has got the greatest flexibility always ends up in control of the system, be it a family, be it a political party, or be it a corporation. Now, a simple way of looking at this is if you're a reed and the wind is blowing really strong and you just try and resist, bam, you can snap. But if you've got enough flexibility, you can move with the blowing of the wind and survive. So your ability to adapt to your environment gives you greater power. So as a hypnotist, when I work with people, if they've got 6 ways of resisting or not wanting to change or stay stuck to their old habits, I've got to have 7 ways of persuading them. So adaptability and flexibility is an important part of resilience. So we're going to do some exercises right now, just 2 techniques to increase your adaptability, your creative thinking to make you a more resilient person. I'm going to ask you to think right now, what are your 3 biggest problems? Think about them now. Now, there'll be one problem in particular that you want to work on. And I don't know if we're going to solve it right this moment or not, but I'm going to help to get you thinking about it differently. Because I want you to think about what is something positive about this problem. Now, when I do this with people, sometimes they go, there is nothing positive about this problem. So say, for example, your problem is you're overweight. And I say, what's something positive? You might go, nothing. No, if we're thinking out the box, we're thinking differently, because I'm going to ask you some questions from an area of science called decision theory, right? Something positive about being overweight is you're not undernourished. I mean, I was working with somebody recently who'd just been diagnosed with cancer. I said, tell me something positive about this. He went, there's nothing positive about this. I said, hang on, think about it. He said, oh, I've been diagnosed. I'm getting treatment. Okay. So just shifting in thinking. Right. When you think about your problem, I want you to think about next, what's not yet the way you want it. Take time to think about that now. Now, what are you willing to do to get the result you want? What are you willing to stop doing to get the result you want? What can you do to motivate yourself to get the result you want? Now, close your eyes once again. And I'd like you to imagine that standing in front of you is somebody who's very good at solving problems. And I'd like you to float out of your body and into theirs. And I'd like you to look at the world through their eyes. I'd like you to see your problem through their eyes. You don't have to solve it straight away. But I'd like you to look at the problem you were considering a moment ago from the perspective of somebody who's highly creative at solving problems. Take all the time you need to get all the insights you need. And then I'd like you to go further into the future in your imagination. And I'd like you to imagine you've solved this problem. You've overcome it, whatever the challenge was. And I want you to look back and let your unconscious mind tell you how you did it. Now, you might know straight away, or you might not know at all. You might go, I'm not really sure, but I mean, no, you don't have to know absolutely at this moment. Because what we're doing is we're asking the unconscious mind. Remember, your mind is smarter than all the computers in the entire world put together. And you are the expert on you. So rather than me install my model of happiness within you, I'm eliciting from your genius unconscious mind ways to solve your problems. Excuse me. So that you, in future, have got more ways of thinking, more possibilities, essentially more freedom. You know, when people come to see me and they say, I want you to make me stop smoking, I'm not taking away a choice, because if they feel they have to smoke, they're a slave to cigarettes. So I give them the choice. If you want to do it, you can. But if you don't, you don't. That's freedom. Now, I'd like to do one other process with regard to resilience, which is very straightforward. Once again, it's a visualization technique. I'd like you to close your eyes and I'd like you to make a 9-square grid like that. Yep. Like noughts and crosses. And once you've done that, I want you to begin to fill those squares with things that make you feel good. Either people that love you and you love them, times in the past that you've succeeded, or just things that make you feel good. Oh, it feels so great when I laugh and enjoy myself, etc. But times when you've succeeded in the past, people who love and respect you, things that you feel good about, and put them in every square except for the bottom middle square. Leave that one empty for now. And then I want you to make this grid huge. Make it like a big cinema screen. So you can see all these different times you've succeeded, people who love you, respect you, and make you feel good. And then in the bottom middle square, I want you to think about a challenge or a difficult situation, something that is your problem that we were talking about a moment ago. Put your problem in the middle there and put it in the context of everything else that's good in your life. And let your unconscious mind recontextualize, reconfigure. That's it, at the unconscious level. Let it figure out how it is that it's going to help you overcome this problem, think about this problem differently, and be resourceful and creative in the way you live your life. So next, let's talk about the future, because it's a good idea to be interested in the future. You're going to be spending the rest of your life there. And often when I talk about the future with people, they say, yeah, I sort of know what it is I want. Now, understandably, because of what's been going on over the last 18 months, a lot of people have not been able to make plans because there hasn't been a clear endpoint to the end of the pandemic, whatever that is, or that very often things have had to be put off or put aside. Now, human beings do not like uncertainty. We know this from the studies into uncertainty. You know, when people are asked, what is it you most fear? Uncertainty is always in the top 10. Very often it's higher than death. So I understand that a lot of people have lost their sense of motivation and direction simply because they weren't able to make plans because there were so many variables going on in the world. But you can't lock down the human imagination. And so we are going to be using the power of our imaginations right now to imagine good things and things to look forward to. It's very important that people have things to look forward to. Very important human beings have contact. Yes. I think that even if we can't see people in person, if we just make contact with them through things like this, through a video link, it helps for our mental health immensely. Yes. And so what we're going to do in a moment is we're going to begin to design a compelling future for you. Now, what I'd like you to do, though, is to design that out of your values. You see, I used to be a goal setter. I would decide, by this time, I'm going to have this, I'm going to achieve that, and et cetera, et cetera. And I was great at getting stuff done. But see, the problem was my life was all about goals. So I never really got to enjoy it, right? I would achieve something, I'd be, bam, then on to the next. Yeah. So dynamic and exciting as it sounds, it's not entirely filled with happiness. It's filled with lots of moments of pleasure. So the difference between happiness and pleasure is very simple. Pleasure is things like a glass of champagne or a bubble bath. Happiness is when you are living life in direct connection with your values. Now, when I talk about values, I mean those things that are most important to you. So, for example, for me, health. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. Also, for me, it's things like love, feeling loved, being loving to those people that I love. My other values would be making a positive difference to the world, being creative, loyalty, freedom, etc. For some people, it's family. Sometimes people have said to me, oh, you know, I just want money. That's what I want. And I say, well, what will that give you, get for you, do for you? And they say, it'll give me a feeling of security. So the underlying value is security. And who wouldn't want to feel secure? I get it. But just having bits of paper, money, isn't really as important as the feeling of security. Sure, money can get you lots of stuff, but I would rather wake up in the morning and feel good in myself rather than have a good number in my bank balance. So the happiness all starts from here. Happiness is an inside job, essentially. A lot of people think, no, when I've got a boat, when I've got a car, when I've got a house, when I've got fame, when I've got power, then I'll allow myself to be happy. Literally put off happiness until they've achieved certain things. That's an outside-in model. And my experience is that it all comes from here, from within. Yeah. There was an interesting study done a few years ago into people that were happy. And the researchers found that the majority of them were married. So they went, marriage makes you happy. Well, actually, because it's a longitudinal study, they found over time that actually when people were happy in themselves, it was then that they were able to find a happy marriage. So happiness starts from within, and of course, it's important to get in touch with our values. So I'd like you to take just a moment right now to think about what is really important to you. You know, is it, of course, health? Is it relationships? Is it friendships? Is it your job? Is it, by the way, purpose doesn't have to be a job. Viktor Frankl, the legendary psychiatrist who wrote Man's Search for Meaning, said, purpose is the cornerstone of good mental health. Now, what I'd like you to do is think about what's really, really important to you, most important values. Take a few moments to do that before we do our next and final technique. So when you think about what's most important to you, hey, maybe it's family. Maybe it's achievement. You know, there'll be a word for it, and that word will mean something specific to you. It's your label, yeah? And then when you think about that particular label, freedom's one that often comes up. For some people, that means being able to do the things they want to do in their work. For others, it means having the financial independence to be able to do things or not do things. So think about what are your most important values? Because before we design a single goal, I'm going to suggest you get in touch with your values. And then rather than just have an endless list of goals, have a direction. Because my life right now is really a direction-driven life. Even though I do have some goals, they are part of a direction for me. And then what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to close your eyes in just a moment and get very comfortable. And we are going to go on a journey into the future of designing a compelling and amazing future for you. So close your eyes, and I want you to travel out into the future a year from now. And I'd like you to imagine that you've had one of the best years of your entire life. It's been amazing. It's been absolutely fantastic. And I tell you what, let's put some relaxing music on while we do this, because I want you to be very comfortable when you design your compelling, your amazing future now. So, what I'd like you to do is imagine it's a year from now and you've had one of the best years of your life. And if that's true, what must have happened in regard to your health, physically and mentally? If you've had one of the best years of your life, what must have happened in regard to your relationships, personal and professional? If you've had one of the best years of your life, what must have happened in regard to your career? If you've had one of the best years of your life, what must have happened in regard to your finances? If you've had one of the best years ever, what must have happened in regard to your general levels of happiness? Now, I want you to float back from that and look at yourself and your life. And I want you to make a big, bright, bold picture that represents everything we've just talked about. So see yourself looking healthy and happy in this picture a year from now. And maybe with symbols that let you know that you're successful. Maybe you're celebrating something. Maybe you just know that you are in a financially great place, or you've achieved something in your career, or that your relationships are amazing. And as you look at that picture of you and whatever it is that symbolizes success and happiness, really super success, I'd like you to float 3 months back from that. And then I'd like you to ask yourself, in order for that to have happened, what must have occurred 3 months before that? And then I'd like you to float 3 months back before that and ask yourself, what needed to have happened 3 months before that? Now, you might have a very clear idea, or it might just be a sort of fleeting intuition. Oh yes, that and that may have occurred, yeah. And then I'd like you to float 3 months before that. And then I'd like you to float 3 months before that, right back to this moment here and now. And then I'd like you to look at a succession of images on your timeline. So you can see things occurring, you looking healthy and happy, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and then the big, bold, cinema-sized screen picture of you healthy and happy a year from now. And then add 2 years and 5 years and 10 years and 20 years and 30 years, all the way off into the future. And you can see you looking amazing. And your life looks good because you can see a genuinely positive direction as you look at your future now. And then from this place, I'd like you to imagine how you would look if you were twice as relaxed as you are right now. And float into that more relaxed you. and see through the eyes of your more relaxed self. Hear through the ears of your more relaxed self. And feel this deeper relaxation. And from this place, I'd like you to ask yourself how you would look if you were twice as relaxed as you are right now. And float into that more relaxed you. See through the eyes of your more relaxed self. Hear through the ears of your more relaxed self. And feel this deeper relaxation. My voice will go with you as you notice my words. Noticing my words. Noticing your body has relaxed. Your mind has relaxed. And I want to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the controller. The part of you that likes to be in control. And I want to thank it for doing all the good things it does for you. But I'd like it to do it for now, from the background of your experience. Next, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the protector, part of you that keeps you safe. And I'd like it to continue to do all the good things it does for you from the background of your experience. Next, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the evaluator, part of you that critiques, analyzes, and judges. And I'd like it to continue to do all the good things that it does for you, but for now, from the background of your experience. Now, I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as desire, part of you that gets you things. And I'd like to thank it for doing all the good things it does for you, and I'd like it to continue to do those things. But for now, from the background of your experience. So you let go of all desire in this moment. Now I'd like to talk to that part of you we'll refer to as the seeking mind, the mind that seeks the way. I'd like to thank you for doing all the good things that it does for you, but for now, from the background of your experience. And now I'd like to talk to non-seeking, contented mind. Right now, there's nowhere else to be, nothing to be done. Everything is perfectly as it is. Now, I'd like to talk to Big Mind, the infinite consciousness. How big are you? How small are you? When are you? Is there anything you're not? Then I'd like to talk to Big Heart, the infinite compassion. And I'd like you to take any problems or challenges, anxieties, worries, fears, and drop them into this expanded consciousness and allow them to transform. Now. And I'd like your unconscious mind to assist me, because if there's anything that needs fixing on the inside, go fix it now. And soon it will be time to awaken from this relaxing process, feeling refreshed, relaxed, and alert, calm and confident with a renewed sense of optimism and deep inner joy. I'd like you to keep in mind and think about regularly 3, 6, 9, 12 months and off into the future, seeing you looking healthy and happy. So get ready to awaken. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, coming back now. 5, 4, 3, and you might want to stretch and a yawn as you awaken. 2, 1, wide awake, feeling good. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed our session together.
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, Paul McKenna. This was beautiful. I was doing a couple of exercises in the session. I was thinking of different boxes where I see all the successful parts of my life, and I put the problem in the bottom. It's time to see things from a different perspective. And I thought that was the best moment of the whole session. Little I knew what was to come. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to go to the chat and try to describe one or a few words how you're feeling right now. How are you feeling at this exact moment? Because I'm pretty sure that this session was powerful for a lot of people. Paul McKenna, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless. Bye-bye.
If you want to learn more from Paul McKenna, if you are a Mindvalley member, you can access his program with Mindvalley called Everyday Bliss right now. Not right now. Let's finish this session first. Let's finish the summit first. But after the summit finish, you can start Everyday Bliss and take a multiple week session with him. You know, I was thinking as the session was going on, this is one of the sessions that I want to re-watch again. And because of all the exercises, I'm pretty sure you want to. And if you want the recordings of that session, we will pretty much very valuable for you. You can also access them if you are a Mindvalley member, or if you get your Mindvalley membership up until the end of this week. As the session is finishing, you and we have an agreement. You remember what is the action that comes after the session, after every single session finishes? Fill in the poll. There's a poll coming up on your screen right now on Zoom for you to assess how much you loved this session. I'm sad that it goes from 1 to 5, but there's no 6, there's no 500. Probably you're looking for that in your screen right now. And fill up the poll for this session, and we are going to have a short break starting right now. And after we come back, there'll be 3 other sessions happening in parallel. One with Christina Mandelakiani on hacking happiness. The second one with Catherine Woodward-Thomas on how to get what you need in love. And the third one with Maria Menounos about my rebirth and yours, how I went from human doing to human being. Ladies and gentlemen, just 7 minutes from now, I'll see you there. Cheers.
Another level, we ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up, watch me, yeah.
A lot of people think that controlling stress is a remedial thing. It's only for people that are high-pressure executives or working themselves all hours. It's also for anyone and everyone who wants to actually get more out of life. It's about being able to learn how it is to relax profoundly and deeply whenever you want to. Hello, I'm Paul McKenna. I've helped people from all over the world successfully quit smoking, lose weight, overcome insomnia, eliminate stress, and increase self-confidence using hypnosis and NLP. I've had the opportunity to work with some of the world's most successful people from the arts, business, and sports. I work a lot with people who have been labeled incurable. Everyone's given up on them. That's not to say it's easy when I work with somebody who has depression, who's suicidal, who's getting panic attacks, who's got PTSD. Everybody has some stress, but hardly anyone has the skills to deal with it. An astonishing 50% of the reasons why people go to the doctor are stress-related. And one recent study showed that in the current economic climate, more people are missing work from stress-related problems than ever before. I strongly believe that one of the major problems facing the world today is too much stress, anxiety, and worry. So my belief is that if we could all just relax a bit more as a planet, then many of our problems would clear up. When there's a boxing match on television, the murder rate goes up as much as 12.4%. The experiment has been done a number of times where you get a group of people in a major city to meditate over 2 weeks. And what happens is, during those 2 weeks, the violent crime rate goes down significantly. This peace field effect is created by the collective consciousness of the people. And so the more people that feel angry and frightened, the more that's going to contaminate the world. The more people that feel calm, peaceful, relaxed, and happy, the more that's going to make the world a better place. Even though you can't control everything that happens to you, you have a big say in how you think and how you feel. Many years ago, back in the 1980s, I was a radio DJ. And I was interested in yoga and meditation, but I had to interview the local hypnotist. That day had been a bad day. I was stressed. I had broken up with my girlfriend. I'd had a row with my boss at the radio station, and the people in the apartment above me were making a noise and keeping me up late. And so when I showed up to interview the hypnotist, he said, rather than me talk to you about it, let me do it to you, because you look like you need some. You're stressed. I said, go ahead. Let the healing begin. I was a little skeptical. But a few minutes later, I felt so relaxed. It was though a burden had lifted off me. I was almost floating in this lovely sea of happiness. And I could hear the man talking to me, and his voice was off in the distance, but I just felt so good. I was in deep bliss. So I opened my eyes when he tells me to wake up, and felt like it had been just a couple of minutes. It had been half an hour. I could suddenly see a way forward. The future looked bright. I was optimistic. And I said, can I borrow some books from you on this? And he said, sure. And he gave me a book by Richard Bandler, who was later to become my most prolific teacher. I'm a sort of compulsive person, so I either do something or I don't, but if I do it properly. And I decided that I wanted to be a hypnotist. I began doing little hypnotism shows in pubs and clubs and then theaters, and then hypnotizing my friends to lose weight and quit smoking. And it pretty much worked all the time. I couldn't believe how powerful this was. At the time, it was a little bit controversial. People said, oh, hypnosis, is it like voodoo? No, it's actually a scientific set of techniques used by doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists the world over. In the last few decades, I've had the opportunity to use hypnosis to help many, many people all over the world improve their lives for the better. Now, I want to help you. You know, I've very often taken on a challenge that's pushed me outside my comfort zone, and sometimes it hasn't worked as the way I thought it would, and sometimes it has. It's been even better. You know, I never expected to be a multi-million book-selling author. You know, I wrote a book because I thought, I think I can do better than some of the other stuff that's out there. I think I've got something to say. And before I knew it, I'm published in over 35 countries around the world. And some of the things I do are not necessarily financial ventures, they're not commercial ventures. They're just because life's been good to me, so I like to give something back. So I sit with people every week now, people that have been severely traumatized, war veterans, rape victims, bereavement cases, you know, people are in a bad way. And I use the skill set that I've learned over the last few decades to turn their life around and to get them functional, to get them stop being suicidal, to get them happy. And the feeling of helping somebody else who's in total despair is one of the greatest feelings in the world. If that's my addiction, it's a positive one. My job is to take complicated scientific breakthroughs and techniques and distill them into what's common sense so that everyone and anyone can benefit from them in minutes. Part of what I do is help people to retrain their mind and their thinking so that they're more capable, they're more creative, they're more resilient. By the end of a quest, you will have done 21 days of hypnosis, of NLP, of psychosensory techniques, so you're going to be different. You're going to feel happier, you're going to feel more confident, you're going to be sleeping better, you're going to look younger, you're going to be more creative in solving problems. In fact, your whole life is going to be transformed. So I'm excited to be working with Mindvalley so I can help you transform the way you deal with stress.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Mindvalley Summit 2021. This session, to me, has a special place in my heart. Not only because I am about to introduce you one of our most powerful teachers, and a very wise teacher that has been awarded as one of the top 10 people online, one of the top 10 most important people generating transformation online today in the world. Not only because it's someone very wise and powerful, but because it's also someone who's so close to me that it feels like I am introducing you someone, a sister of mine, a member of my own family. I'm talking about Christina Mindvalley. She's the co-founder of Mindvalley, the author of a transformational program called Live by Your Own Rules in Mindvalley. And she's someone who is an entrepreneur, she is a philanthropist, she's an artist, she's a mom of two, and she navigates all these things with such a grace because she's always in the seek of happiness. You know, Christina to me is someone that you can be with her and she at some point is throwing a joke. The other moment, she is going very deep into a philosophical conversation. At some point, she is hanging out and spending time with you and just showing how beautiful life is to me. Being close, spending time with Christina is witnessing force of nature. And is someone very dear to my heart that I'm very pleased and honored to welcome on the stage of Mindvalley Summit 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, Christina Mindvalley, my dear.
Hello, my dear.
Welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Ronan. And oh my God, I'm so grateful for you and for your presence here because, you know, the world has changed so much. I have never been on such a serious stage completely alone, in dead silence. So thank you so much for being here, for giving this feeling of actually, you know, life connection. And aren't we all humans? We so need, you know, someone there just to touch and just to feel that you're not alone in the cosmos, in the universe. So thank you so much.
We are together, my dear. Thank
Yes.
you so much. Take it away, please.
Thank you. Hello, my dear friends. And as I said, everything has changed. The whole world has changed. So it's such an interesting experience to be here talking to thousands of people at once, yet seeing nothing except a camera. But I think we're going to do great, and I'm going to look forward to your feedback and to your comments and to your questions, which will happen in the end of the session. So I want to start this session with a question. What is the one desire that every human being has in common? And even if we don't accept it for ourselves, this one desire we actually have for the people that we love the most. Every parent wants that for their child. We want it for our loved ones. We want it for our parents, for hopefully our love partners. This desire is actually to be happy. And even if very often we don't acknowledge that we want to be happy, or let's say we don't consider it important, the desire is there. And no matter what goals you set, if you go deep enough and you ask yourself, why do I have this goal? Why do I want to do this thing? It all comes down to this. I want to feel happy. So my session today is about happiness, hacking happiness, but probably the most important message is actually that happiness is important. So while all of us have this desire in common, we want to be happy, we want our loved ones to be happy, somehow happiness doesn't seem to be serious goal. Think of all the friends in your life, or the people that you know, especially people who are perfectionists and, well, perfectionists like me, or very ambitious people. Ask them, how many of them, or do you actually have happiness as one of the goals for the year 2021? You see, the thing is that public discourse, especially now, in the beginning of the 21st century, has turned a little bit against happiness. So if you listen to what people are saying, what people, speakers, authors are talking about, or let's say even research, there's a lot of opinion that actually happiness is secondary. We hear such things as, don't pursue happiness for the sake of happiness. The moment you are in the pursuit of happiness, you're not going to have it. In fact, that thought is not even new. It's a few hundred years old. But more recently, there are people who would come on stage and tell you that, don't try to be happy. Look for meaning in life. If you have meaning, happiness will come. Or let's say, do something for the people. Help others, and then you'll feel happy. Or my personal favorite, actually a myth which is very, very common. Do the right thing, and you'll be happy. Achieve success, and you'll be happy. Well, I want to tell you that doing the right thing is not going to make you happy. If that was the case, we wouldn't have people who are burnt out. We wouldn't have people who feel stuck without even knowing what's the answer. How do I get out of this situation? You do all the right things, and then you wake up one morning and you're wondering, how did I end up here? Something is just not right. And I'm saying that from my own experience because I'm a perfectionist by birth and by upbringing. I was a straight-A student, ambitious girl, doing everything right by the book because I knew, I was told from childhood, from a young age, do the right thing and you'll be happy in the end. Study well, and you'll be fine. Get a good job, you'll be happy. Earn a lot of money, you'll be happy. This idea that success brings us happiness, somewhere we understand that it is actually wrong. It's not true, it doesn't work this way. Yet, this is the path that we all choose. And while we choose this path for success, so that in the end we end up being happy, we also say that happiness is secondary, that it's unimportant, that meaning, helping others, contribution is more important. Well, there is actually a lot of research about happiness. People might say that it is such a fluffy topic, but, well, to be honest, there is a lot of research about happiness. There's one study which was going through 200 research papers on happiness, and it was trying to figure out the connection between success and happiness. And this idea that you reach success and as the prize at the end of your race, you will be happy is actually not true. There is a correlation between success and happiness, but this correlation, surprisingly, is going in the other direction. Your level of success is not any predictor of your level of happiness. Yet, how happy you are is very important in how capable you are going to be in reaching success. Well, research shows that apparently, if you are happy, well, I'm not going to overload you with psychological lingo, but let's say if you have a lot of positive affect, then your state of mind and your thoughts, your feelings are exactly the kind that are necessary for you to reach success. Isn't it exciting? We all put success on a pedestal. We think this is important, and by success I mean not just financial success, obviously. I mean big, meaningful goals, changing the world for the better, all the things that we good people want for us and for the world. So we go for success, hoping that happiness maybe is going to be the prize at the end of the journey. But the research shows that you have to be happy so that you have more likelihood to reach your goals and to be successful. So my mission lately has become to help people to acknowledge that happiness is an important goal. It's not secondary. It's not a byproduct. In fact, happiness is a prerequisite for you to be in that state of mind that your life has meaning, that it has impact, and that you actually reach success. So, if happiness is actually important, can we pursue it? Or the philosophers of the past were actually right when they said that, pursuing happiness is going to make you less happy. I find it a very, very interesting question. Because, you see, when we want to reach any success in any area of our life, we put effort into that. Let's take some examples. If you want to have a happy, loving relationship, you need to work on your relationship, right? If you want to create financial abundance, you need to work on your financial mindset. If you want to be healthy, you need to work on your health. Yet somehow we believe that if you want to be happy, and we all, well, I started my speech with the idea that we all actually intrinsically want to be happy, then somehow we believe that happiness just happens. We do the right things and happiness happens. Research shows it doesn't work. So what I want to say is that if you want to actually be happy, and if you understand that happiness is not a prize, it's not a byproduct, it is not secondary, it is important, then you need to figure out what it is. You need to figure out how to be happy, what it is, how it works, and how can you get there. So I would say that happiness doesn't just happen. Doing right things doesn't bring you happiness. Practicing happiness brings you happiness. So if we want to achieve something, we need a map. But when we need a map, we also need to know where we are going. And with happiness, that's an interesting thing. I've been talking about happiness actually for quite a lot of years. Now I've researched happiness quite a bit. And I've noticed that we as a society don't have any consensus about what is happiness. How do you define it for yourself? A lot of people can't even agree on the essence of happiness. Is it a state? Is it an emotion? Is it a joy? Is it, elation? What is it? What is happiness for you? So if we've established that happiness is important and necessary for you to have a meaningful, successful life, then the next question is, but what is it? So here I want to explain why is it so hard to explain what is happiness. Well, on one side, yes, we have a lot of research which actually researches happiness, and usually what do researchers do? They ask, are you happy? It's a subjective measure, yes. It's a little bit messy because different people, their scale of happiness from 0 to 10 may be very different. What is 10 for me? Maybe 5 for someone else. What is 2 for someone else? Maybe, 8 for you. Our perception, our feeling of happiness is very different. But my point is that happiness is a personal thing. While success is a universal concept, we all more or less understand success very similarly. Happiness is a personal thing. And while there are a lot of maps to success, there are lessons and courses and tutorials, do this, don't do that. These are the habits of successful people. It's really hard to create a tutorial for happiness. And a lot of the research, a lot of the books, a lot of the authors actually talk about that. They kind of dig into happiness, but then in the end, it comes down like, do you feel it? Do you not feel it? So what is happiness for you? The thing is that we as a society don't have this agreement for one simple reason. I'll just illustrate the story. I have 2 children. I'm a mother. And those who have children, you will understand. If you don't have children, probably you have people that you love and you should still relate. As any mother, if you ask me, what do I want my children to be or how do I want them to grow up, obviously I'll say, I want my children to be happy. So what do I do for that? I create the environment for them that they don't experience anything which is not happy. So when I was a kid, my mom wouldn't take me to hospitals to see our, let's say, very sick relatives, because she thought, as a small child, I shouldn't be exposed to such grim sights. I never attended funerals when I was a child. The same reason. I remember when I took my children to Serengeti to see the animals. It was a dream of ours to go to Africa to see the animals. We landed in Serengeti, and it's millions of animals. We were following the migration of wildebeests, millions of animals. It came actually with millions of dead animals. And when I saw that, not millions actually, sorry, with a lot of dead carcasses, when I saw them around, I was shocked because I had a 3-year-old daughter with me. And my thought was, oh my God, how is she going to take it? She sees, let's say, a lion come and kill a zebra. How is she going to take it? Is she going to be shocked? Is it going to traumatize her? So our natural desire to make people that we love happy leads us to try to prevent them from any painful experience. Another experience from my personal life that a lot of parents probably will relate. When my son was a little younger, I came into his room at night and he was crying. And I asked Hayden, why are you crying? He said, you know, we were traveling and tomorrow I have to go to school, and because we were traveling, I didn't have an opportunity to do the homework, and my classmates depend on me, and I feel scared and ashamed for not having done my homework. And my first reaction was, Hayden, it was my fault. I took you out on a trip. Let me go and talk to the teacher. I'll explain to the teacher. But then I said to myself, no, I'm not going to do that. My child, because what am I doing? I'm trying to create an environment which is happy environment for my child, prevent him from getting a painful experience so that he grows up happy. And by that, I'm depriving him of developing necessary skills to deal with adversity in the safety and comfort of me being still in his life, of being there for him, of holding his hand if he needs. So I stopped myself and I asked, Hayden, you know, I feel really sorry for you, and I also have experiences when I'm scared, when I'm ashamed. What do you think will happen? We chatted about fear, we chatted about shame, we chatted about what he thinks, what he feels. I shared whatever I thought was appropriate. The next morning he went to school, he came back from school, and it was totally gone for him. Why am I telling you this story? The thing is that we all grow up with parent figures or figures of people who love us, or most of us, hopefully. And they try to create an environment of happiness for us because every parent wants their child to be happy. And we grow up with a myth of happiness. It's like a unicorn. Everybody understands conceptually what is happiness, but nobody has seen it because what we have created in our mind is this myth of the absence of problems, the absence of pain. And that would be half the problem. The other half of the problem is that because of that artificial environment, which is not likely to happen in real life later, we grow up without the necessary skills to deal with regular, normal things in our life, such as fear, such as shame, such as pain, such as loss and death. So because of that, I think a lot of people are chasing happiness like a unicorn, and never getting to bridle it and ride it because we don't know what it is and we don't know how to create it. So I think the first thing that you can do to hack happiness is to define, what does it mean to be happy for you? Obviously, I cannot define it for you because, as I said, happiness is a personal thing. While success is a universal phenomenon, we generally agree about what is success. This guy is successful, this guy is not. This woman is successful, but this one is not. When it comes to happiness, it's up to you. It's up to you to define, it's up to you to decide that it is a priority, that it is important for you. And yes, I wouldn't try to tell you what is happiness, but I want to share some ideas with you to help you define that. Because, as I said, nobody has taught us. We kind of understand it, but we understand it all very differently. So I'll tell you what happiness isn't. For one, if you want to really achieve the state of happiness, as I said, happiness is this prerequisite for you to live a successful, meaningful life. So if you want it to be tangible and not a mythical creature like a unicorn, then I strongly suggest that you take, for a definition of happiness, a state of being, a state of mind, your general state and not an emotion. A lot of the times we have those ideas that, don't go chasing happiness because you'll never get it. Because in that phrase, happiness is an emotion. An emotion, by its nature, is transient. It's elusive. It doesn't stick in one place. It's like, if I want to give you an analogy, it's like waves on the ocean. Emotion is like it's like the cloud in the sky. It's not the substance per se, it's a transient phenomena. For example, if you think what you feel right now, and I can't imagine what you feel right now because I'm talking into complete void, but you could share actually in the comments what you feel right now. But it's not necessary. But let's say, think of what do you feel right now? I think we are a little bit, there is emotional scarcity in society. We are very often defining our feelings with like good, bad, stressed, like very generic terms, umbrella terms. But if you try to ask yourself, what do I feel right now? Do I feel curious? Do I feel excited? Do I feel, thoughtful? And put a slightly more specific term to what you feel. So while you are doing that and trying to put a more specific term to what you feel, that feeling evolves and shows a slightly different facet to you. And if I were to ask you right now to share what you feel in a few words with someone who is next to you, as you share that, the emotion starts changing again. And that's the interesting thing about emotions. If I were to come on stage and start telling you how I felt, as I tell, my feeling changes, because that's what emotions do. They change. So if you define happiness as anything, as an emotion, be it joy, bliss, enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is not an emotion, it's a state, but let's say bliss or joy. If you define it as an emotion, then obviously it's going to be elusive, because while you define it, it changes. So my suggestion to you that your definition of your personal happiness is a state, something much more substantial, something where you can get back to no matter what your emotions are, which change. Another thing which happiness is not, it's not perfection. And I know that Sri Kumar Rao, one of my favorite teachers and actually a personal teacher in terms of happiness, he has this beautiful idea. I'm not sure if he shared it with you, but he says, and I'm paraphrasing him, Sri Kumar Rao, that, everything, you're not happy because everything is perfect. Everything is perfect because you're happy. So if you're like me, I'm a perfectionist, if you think that you need things to fall to places perfectly, and then you'll be happy, then you are obviously set for failure, because perfection doesn't happen. But when you are happy, suddenly everything seems perfect. When lockdown started, I saw this beautiful quote on Instagram, probably, or maybe Facebook. But internet, social media is the source of ultimate wisdom. It's an anonymous quote, but I think it brilliantly describes happiness for me. I love this quote. It says, happiness is when you're on a detour, but you can still enjoy the scenery. We as a society, as a world, have been on a really long detour. Have you been able to enjoy the scenery? And we get on those detours all the time. Things change in life and we're on a detour. Can you enjoy the scenery while you're on a detour? I think this quote is exactly the opposite of this idea that things have to be perfect for me to be happy. Because perfection doesn't happen in life. Well, it happens once you're happy, so it's the reverse. And the third thing that happiness is not secondary. It is important. And today, if it is the only thing that you remember from my speech, I want you to carry out this. Happiness is important, it's not secondary, it's not a prize at the end of a race. Let me share another story with you. It was about 10, 12 years ago, I don't remember exactly. Me and Vishen was speaking on a great stage with Dalai Lama, and we had a chance to actually talk to Dalai Lama. At that time, I was a co-founder of Mindvalley. I was taking Mindvalley to Russian market, explaining to Russian people how to live happy, fulfilled, extraordinary, meaningful lives. But on the other hand, I had the legacy work. I was working with refugees. I was working in UN with refugees in Asia, in Malaysia. I used to live in Malaysia. And it is a very interesting environment, because a lot of people who come as refugees to Malaysia, they would have lost everything. Everything they owned, people that they loved, everything literally. And so on one side, we were building the company to help people to live more fulfilled, extraordinary lives, essentially to be happy. On the other hand, I saw a lot of misery and a lot of tragedy. So obviously, like every compassionate, or maybe not compassionate, maybe just empathetic person, I couldn't reconcile those two worlds. How can I be happy if there is misery in the life, in the world around us? I wonder if it sounds familiar to you. Have you ever thought, how can I be happy if there is misery in the world? If there are people who are unhappy? If there are problems to solve? You see, that's another thing. We are told, do things for others, help others, and you'll feel happy. And it is proven by research because, altruism or doing something for someone actually creates the chemicals in our body, the feel-good hormones, serotonin, and, it does literally make us feel better. Emotion, it gives us a good emotion. But on the other hand, if that was the truth, we wouldn't see so much misery among the people who actually work with, let's say, in non-profit sector, who work with societies who need help. Like I came out of NGO world. I came out of UN, out of working with actually the most miserable, with HIV positive people, with refugees, with the kids who were, orphans. So I get it, and I know how much people suffer. I had a colleague in Malaysia. She would go to every disaster area to help people. Where there was a tsunami in Indonesia in 2004, she went to help. And every time she was helping, she was full of energy. She was there full on. But when she came back to Malaysia, she'd always get a heart attack. Always. And eventually, unfortunately, she died because she just spent herself for a really good cause. And I asked that question of Dalai Lama, not in so many words, of course. I asked him, what do I do? Happy? Misery? He said, Christina, you can't help anyone if you're not happy. You can't help anyone if you're not happy. And that's why I'm saying that one thing that happiness is not, it's not secondary. It is important. And I'm not going to go into cliches that, you have to put your own mask on yourself before you help others, but it is true. So, to recap what I've been saying, number one, give yourself permission to prioritize your happiness this year. And actually get the courage to tell people, I'm going to make this social experiment. I promise you, guys Mindvalley crowd, if you see me at the next live event, I'm going to try this. Because people come to you and they ask, so what are you passionate about? And my experiment was going to be, I'm going to tell people, I'm passionate about my own happiness. I just want to see how people react to that. I'll share it with you at some other speech probably. But so it is important because as research shows, it is not a consequence or a prize of your good life, of your good deeds, of meaning in your life. It's actually a prerequisite for you to be able to do that, to reach success. So obviously the logical conclusion is that, if you want to be happy, you need to learn to be happy. It doesn't just happen. You have to practice happiness. And of course, I have a lot of techniques and practices over years. I have collected a lot of different ideas how to help you to be happy. And I'm going to share just a few of them with you right now, very briefly, just to mention so that you actually can jot it down. In fact, I'm going to give you a homework after the summit is done today. I want you to first define happiness for yourself. Well, first, give yourself permission to be happy. Define happiness for yourself. And then here are a few practices which you can try. So the most famous, obviously, is being in the present moment. And without going too deep into that, obviously a lot of our unpleasant emotions, our unpleasant feelings, or the things that actually get us out of this resourceful state have nothing to do with the present moment. I was worried about this speech the whole day. While I was out with the kids, walking in the nature, I was thinking about that speech, and that made me a little bit uneasy while I was in the beautiful spot. So obviously, let's say our worries or fears have more to do with the future. In the present moment, there is no fear. I'm not on stage. I'm not in this stressful situation where I have to perform. And a lot of our unpleasant feelings have to do with the past, the regrets, or let's say the nostalgia when we think of something that was beautiful in the past and now it's not here, or the loss. And in the present moment, it's not there anymore. So obviously the present moment is that interesting spot in time on the universal timeline where you can feel bliss and happiness. Again, I'm talking about emotions and happiness, the state of happiness, a little bit interchangeably. So I would say bliss. You can feel bliss in the present moment, or carelessness, or any other emotion, be it joy or elation or excitement. It happens in the present moment. The unpleasant emotions happen either in the future or in the past. So bringing yourself back to the present moment is a really good practice. And after me, I do not know which of the stages, there's Gelong Tupten speaking, and I really love this guy. He's another of my favorite Mindvalley teachers. He talks beautifully about understanding what it means to enjoy the present. So if you get a chance, check out his teachings. So another very famous practice, obviously, is gratitude. But I wanted to give it a twist, actually, recently, because gratitude is, in a way, looking into the past, a little bit looking into the past. You think of all the good things that have happened to you that you can be grateful for. Obviously, well, there is a lot of research that proves that if you practice gratitude for, let's say, 30 days, your experience of happiness or your self-assessment of happiness goes up by about 25%. It is true. But I wanted to give it a little spin because I believe that in this world, in the universe, nothing is absolute. There are actually contradictions, and that's what makes it so beautiful, because I can tell you something, and the next moment I can tell you a little bit different thing, and those contradictions, actually managing those contradictions, what makes you perfect at living, and makes the living experience perfect. So the opposite side of gratitude is looking forward to. And I came to that over the past 1 year. Because what I noticed, that when things changed and we were stuck at home, I stopped looking forward to things. I used to have things to look forward to meeting someone, to going to a fest, to having Mindvalley party or whatever. There were things to look forward to. And suddenly there was nothing to look forward to. Well, in a big scale of things. So yes, here's the contradiction. And I think contradictions are beautiful. Expectations are the killer of happiness. Shefali Sabari would have talked about that. Expectation is a killer of happiness. But looking forward to is different from expectation. So I decided to make a twist and to practice. What am I looking forward to today? I started this experiment on Wednesday. I thought Thursday morning, I wake up and I start thinking, what do I look forward to today? Wednesday night, I got a massive fever. Massive fever. I was out all of Thursday, and everything that I was looking forward to was cancelled. And here's the contradiction. I think it's a beautiful thing, though, because I got to change my plans and look forward to something different, to something new. And I want to practice that because I believe that, you see, the problem with gratitude is a beautiful practice which reminds us that we have already achieved so much. But also, if you constantly turn your gaze to the past, you're prone to nostalgia, you're prone to romanticizing what has been. And it is okay while you still have the lighthouse in the future to move you forward to. So my problem of the past year was that I stopped looking forward to things. And I wanted to add that as the opposite side of the same coin. What am I looking forward to? And can I look forward to things without being hung on expectations? That's another practice I might want to suggest to you. Another one, double practice, is actually perfectionism. Perfectionism, comparison. Because I believe that comparison is a really bad habit that we all have. As a speaker, as an author, I compare myself to other speakers, to other authors. As an entrepreneur, I compare myself to other entrepreneurs. So if I take myself facet by facet by facet, there's always someone who's achieved more than I have. And if I start comparing myself as a speaker, there are more, energetic, more expressive speakers that I would think like, I'm lesser. If I compare myself as an entrepreneur, there are obviously more successful entrepreneurs. If I compare myself as a mother, there are other mothers who are more hands-on. So when I start comparing myself to other people, it is such an easy way to slip and start feeling bad about yourself. So the flip side of comparison is inspiration. Because while it's horrible to compare yourself and to feel bad about that, it is incredibly good to have a role model to aspire to have someone to learn from, to have an example of what I would like to be. So here's another balancing act. Can you actually not compare yourself, but still see the inspiration for yourself in your life? And it's a great practice for happiness. Another great practice for happiness, I paired it up a little bit, I paired it up a little bit, but it is not so contradictory. It's self-love and actually meaningful connections with other people. And these two components or two practices are incredibly important for happiness. In fact, self-love is a topic that I could talk about for the rest of the day. So what I want to maybe leave you with as a practice, as a homework, is that can you take self-love deeper? Because often the way we take self-love is a little bit skin deep. We talk about, finding time for yourself or spending time with yourself or doing something good for yourself. I define self-love as thorough knowledge and understanding of yourself and the ability to love and accept yourself, not despite your flaws, but with them. Can you be kind and tolerant to yourself? And as the other side of the coin, although it's not a complete contradiction, it's your connection with the world. Here again, I won't be able to go deep into this topic. I think Brené Brown is a famous TED speaker who talks about connection to the world and that connection with your self-image. The thing is that we always try to look perfect for the world or to be something for the world. We put on the masks, we play the roles, the role of being polite, the role of being, pleasant, because we think that this is what is going to make us acceptable for the world. So why I put meaningful connections on the other side of self-love is that because actually, research shows that you create much stronger and more meaningful connections if you have the courage to be just yourself. So it is about authenticity, but it's about honesty with yourself, which is why on the side of self-love, I talk about actually knowing yourself perfectly well, not perfectly well, knowing yourself, having the courage to know the true, real self, and having actually kindness and compassion for yourself, to accept yourself the way you are. And if you achieve that, then as a collateral with that is that you will have a much easier way to create meaningful connections with the world. And there is probably the most famous research on happiness was done by Harvard. It was the 75 years long research that a lot of people refer to, where Harvard researchers, actually several generations of researchers were following lives of young men until their old age and trying to see what makes some people happy, other people less happy. And that massive research on happiness showed that one of the best predictors of our happiness is the amount of close, meaningful connections in our life. But what I'm trying to say here is that your close, meaningful connections start with your relationship with yourself first. And I don't have a lot of time, so I'll just mention a few more practices that are absolutely necessary for you to up-level your happiness skill, happiness muscle. And you get to go and research them if you want. One of them is obviously the practice of forgiveness. Vishen talks about that. He has beautiful exercise about that. I have an exercise on forgiveness as well. So you can research that topic. It is an imperative skill for happiness. And my favorite is actually, knowing how to deal with the pain in life. I'm going back to that story that I told you about, how we grow up without the skills, how to deal with adversity, how to deal with fear, with shame, with loss. Because our good-meaning peers and parents, they try to solve our problems for us. So we don't know how to deal with that. I was 40 when I suddenly discovered there is so much information on how to deal with painful situations in life. My favorite teacher here that I will strongly recommend to you is Susan David. She's also a TED speaker and psychologist, a PhD in psychology. She has a beautiful book, Emotional Agility. So I just want to quote her. She says that pain is the price of admission to meaningful life. So happiness is not a magical unicorn. It is not something elusive. It's not the wave on the ocean. It's not the cloud in the sky. Because if we take happiness as that, we're never going to achieve it. It doesn't just happen. Nothing just happens in life. We have to work for the things that we want. Yet, it is a prerequisite for you to live a meaningful, successful life and to have an impact, to give back to the world. It is a prerequisite. So if Dalai Lama gave me the permission to be happy, I want to pass this permission to you guys. Please prioritize happiness, figure it out for yourself, and learn it. There is so much about it. Thank you. And now Ronan is coming on stage, and I'll try to play Ronan. Welcome, my dear. So good to see you.
Great impersonation. Impersonation, yeah, my English. I got mesmerized with the ideas, and my English got off track a little bit. You know, Christina, I was having a couple of thoughts during the session that was mirrored by the comments that we had in the Zoom, and I was watching that, and I saw that is, I think you play a role, at least for me, on understanding happiness that shifts the perspective. That there's some earth-shattering truth. There's hey, I never thought it's kind of back. I thought it backwards, or maybe I didn't even think about this enough. I think the same type of effect that Shefali brings to parenting, that Ken Honda brings to money, is what you bring to happiness.
Thank you.
I love when you talk about happiness being something that you work on. If you want to be healthy, you work on your health. If you want to be happy, you work on your happiness.
Isn't it logical, right? We've been in personal growth forever. And
it never occurred to me, because to me, I think the taboo was that idea that happiness is something that you look for, but if you're looking for, you're implying that you don't have it. But if I work on my health, it doesn't mean that I'm unhealthy. I have my health practices to keep healthy, to stay healthier, and I think that...
This is double standard.
Exactly. I think that's the perspective that you bring, the lens, now I understand something that I hadn't thought before. Thank you. We have a couple of questions from our audience.
Oh my God, I'm so grateful to you again, yet again. Well, I'm always internally grateful for you, but yes, please. You'll be the voice of the questions.
Yes. I'll read a couple of questions that we have received. They were upvoted. The first one is from Nachiket. And the question is how to find happiness if your loved ones are energy vampires.
That's an interesting question, and it's interesting that it's been upvoted. Well, the thing is that if you have toxic people in your life, obviously you have only two choices. You either let them outside your life, you cut them out, you lose them out of your life, or you live with them the way they are. And this is actually an interesting question, but it requires a very philosophical approach, because, you know, a lot of the things in this life are as we choose them to be. Like you just said, that if I work on my health, it doesn't mean I'm unhealthy, but if I work on my happiness, that means that I'm not happy, right? But it's the same situation. It's how you choose. What kind of beliefs do you allow to govern your life? The thing is that we choose our beliefs. We are built, and how I like to look at beliefs is that beliefs are the viruses which eat evidence, right? Or feed on evidence. It's actually Eric Edmead's quote. So if you believe that there is such a possibility that somebody's an energy vampire or a toxic person can affect you, then that's going to be your experience in life, because that's how you see this environment. So if you don't have a choice of not have this person in your life, and by the way, don't get me wrong, there are about 2 or 3 people in my life that I have cut out, and I don't want them back because they hurt me. They literally hurt me. It happens. But I also don't think that that this whole idea of, you know, energy vampires, and it's not so bad. Do you let them do that or not? I remember when I started studying Silva Method, and there is healing in the Silva Method. There are a lot of healers who say, like, every time when I heal, I feel like I'm drained, that I'm losing energy. And one of the Silva members, family members, they said, you know, if that's what you believe, that's what you're going to be experiencing. I believe the other way around. When I heal, because so much healing energy goes through me, I feel stronger. So it's the same with energy vampires and toxic people. Yes, there are people who have annoying habits. I agree. Are they toxic to me? I mean, this could be a glass of acid. I can just stand around it. I can look at it. I can even sniff it. If I don't drink it, it's not going to poison me. Are you going to let this toxicity poison you? If you want to keep that person in your life, you have to learn how to live with that person, obviously. Or another option, with some people, it's also okay to cut them out. And actually, that's the thing about happiness. I'm not going to, I really don't like cliches, but happiness is your making. And that's not just about happiness. It's one of the ground rules of personal growth. Nobody can do anything to you. And if we go a little bit more philosophically, even your reactions to other people have nothing to do to other people. It's your reaction. Like if you had, let's say, you cannot trigger me with anything unless this is a sore point in me. So whatever you do, no matter how crazy you go, no matter what you say, you will only trigger me if there is a hook in me that actually picks it up. So it doesn't matter what the people around you are. Philosophically speaking, you're reflecting. Your response to them is your reflection of those people. They are toxic because you allow that. But they won't be toxic if you don't allow that, if you want them in your life.
I want to go and take my notes, you know. Yeah, that's the flip that I'm talking about. I think right now it was a moment of epiphany for me too.
Thank you.
It is. Yeah, I was thinking of a situation. We were having a dinner back home with my parents, and my sister was upset that a friend of her made a comment to her that she didn't like. And the conversation was my niece, who was then 2-year-old, learning to speak, made a similar comment on the same day to her, but it was something that she felt, yeah, that's cute. But when someone else that she had already a pre-construction that person is trying to attack and used the very same combination of words, was something that was draining energy from her.
Yeah.
And it's not that this is something that is triggering me, is that I am allowing that person. That is an asset that I'm drinking, allowing to touch that. When it comes from that person, because I gave that permission in a way.
So I want to quote, actually, because that's a very interesting thing. We all have this little splinter. Like, if that person wasn't in my life, then I'd be happy, right? Or if I was just married right now, I'd be happy. Or if my business was a little more stable, then I'd be happy. So I want to quote a friend of mine who's at the back there, Masha. There are live people around us. She just recently told me, she's like, I'm happy. I still have problems, but I'm happy. And that's the beauty. That's what I was talking about. Can you still enjoy the scenery when you're on a detour? Can you be happy not despite your problems, but with them? That's the high level of mastering happiness.
Beautiful, beautiful. Let's go to the next question. It comes from Manasi and says, happiness is my innate and default feeling. And yet I get caught in the if-then model sometimes. Yeah. How do I break that pattern?
Well, if-then is actually, I think it's, if-then, Sri Kumaro is the teacher who talks about if-then model quite a lot, and I think even Shefali Sabari. I would say this, when I want to break any pattern in my life, I start with an awareness. Because awareness helps. First of all, there is definitely a formula how to deal. If you're expecting something, then it's this dilemma that I was talking about. Can you look forward to something and not get hung on the expectations? Unfortunately, a lot of us get hung on the expectations. So, if you have the formula how to deal with that, and the formula would probably be like when you notice yourself attaching a certain expectation to a certain event, to stop and to reframe the situation. That would be probably the psychological formula. By the way, you're not weird. Psychology shows, the research shows, that our expectation of a pleasurable event feels more pleasurable than the event itself. It's our nature, that's how our biology works. It's like, it's more exciting to wait for the party than to actually be at the party. So it's our biology to have the if-then. But any kind of patterns, they're broken usually with a formula. So if you have the formula, let's say you catch yourself in that pattern, you say, okay, that's the pattern. Now I need to reframe the situation. I'm not looking forward to, or I'm looking forward to that event, but I understand that it can go this, and this, and many other ways. And what I'm actually looking forward to is that whatever happens, I'm going to get the best experience, the greatest time. You can actually research what are the different options to break this pattern? But it starts with awareness. And awareness is the most important habit of all in personal growth and transformation. Awareness is when you, just very briefly, to answer this question very briefly, obviously, you guys all know that. It's first grade in personal growth. We first create habits, and habits later create us. Our life is not formed out of big decisions, it's formed out of like little things, little decisions that we take every day. Like, you know, what to eat. If I'm hungry, do I snack? Do I sit down to a proper meal? If a loved one says something unpleasant to me, do I react? How do I react? These are decisions. And we do them on autopilot. Again, it's our natural biology, because we need to save energy, and there is such a thing as decision fatigue. So because we get fatigued with our decisions, we tend to fall into patterns, create traditions, habits, rituals, and then those traditions, habits, rituals actually shape our life. So any change starts with awareness. If you can go through the motions of your everyday life with awareness, you will have a chance to stop. Like when I'm too stressed and scared, I know that happiness is in the now, my fear is in the future. If I have an awareness, I will catch myself in that pattern, and I can say for a moment, like, okay, something that I'm afraid of is in the future. I'm in the now. How can I at least physically, biologically feel better? I just take some time to focus on what's in the present moment. Close my eyes, count the sounds, look at my, the lines on my hands. Put my focus on something in the present moment. The same thing with any pattern. Awareness, when you know the formula, awareness helps you to break the pattern and, start a new formula. I do not know if I answered the question.
I think yes and more. And I wanted to expand on a point that you just brought now. That you mentioned the fact that the happiness sometimes is in the anticipation of the events. There's the whole dopamine release, and then bringing the biology side to it. There's some conversation about the chemistry cocktail of happiness, and dopamine, serotonin, oxytocin, and because men and women have different bodies, what I am wondering is, have you found anything about differences in experiencing happiness between men and women?
Well, I think that when we talk about all sorts of chemical reactions in our body, we are probably talking about emotions. And what I wanted to translate is that please don't define happiness as an emotion, as a joy, elation, or excitement. If you look at it as a state of contentment, a state of resilience in the face of anything that life throws at you, the state of, I'm content with where I am, with who I am, with what I do. For me, happiness, the key of happiness is to be free to be me, to be free not to lie to myself first. Then I'm at peace with the rest of the world. It's a relationship with myself. For me, happiness is a relationship with myself. If I'm at peace with myself, the rest of the world will fall into place. And that is not chemicals. That's not emotions. And these emotions, because it's a state, it's different. It doesn't depend on our biology as much.
Beautiful. I was about to ask, how do you define happiness for yourself? I think that's exactly where you landed right now. My dear, this was beautiful. My goodness, thank you so much. Thank you for coming on, and thank you for all the lessons that you give to us, not only here, but throughout your work with Mindvalley and your work with people all over the world.
And thank you for being an important person in my life.
Oh, my goodness.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's reciprocate.
And thank you guys for joining us, for being at Mindvalley Summit. My tradition, a heart to you guys.
Thank you, my dear. Ladies and gentlemen, was this beautiful or was this marvelous? I would love if you could come to the chat and describe what you're feeling right now. I'll show Christina in a little bit the comments that we have on the Zoom. And because the session is also finishing, you know the rule, you know the agreement is let's fill up the poll to assess this session and tell us a bit more about how you appreciate, how you loved this session. And if you want to know more and study more about Christina's ideas on happiness and all the work that she's doing, she has a quest on Mindvalley for all the Mindvalley members that is living by our own rules. And this is one of the ways that you can learn more, interact more with Christina if you are a Mindvalley member or if you get your Mindvalley membership right now. We are going to have a short break. Around 7 minutes from now, we are going to come back, everyone in one room with vision, and he's going to have a session where he's going to speak a little bit more about advanced spiritual abilities. He's going to explain his ideas and techniques on working with guides, manifesting, and intuition. We're taking this to an advanced level. You don't want to miss, I am pretty sure. So go get your water, go stretch a little bit, work on your happiness in the next 7 minutes, and be back here in 7 minutes. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Another level, we ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up, watch me, yeah.
We're having a problem at Mindvalley. We needed a tagline for a Mindvalley summit, and my team came out like a 3-hour brainstorm. These are some suggestions that we came up with. Mindvalley, cheaper than a meditation retreat in Bali. Mindvalley, for the girls in Cali. Mindvalley, amazing. Mindvalley, deeper than the Mariana Trench. Based on other interesting brands out there. Mindvalley, just do it better. For faces, there's plastic surgery. For everything else, there's Mindvalley. Maybe she's born with it. Maybe it's Mindvalley. And we came up with what we thought was the perfect tagline, Mindvalley. Be all you can be. And then we heard that that's actually the tagline of the US Army.
You can do it in the army.
Now, my team is made up of a Pakistani, an Indian, and a Mexican, and myself, so we don't get hit by US Army recruitment ads, so we had no way of knowing. But I do want to apologize to the Pentagon. We have so much respect for the US military. We don't want to compete with you on a tagline that you have grabbed, so we have had to discard be all you can be. Don't want to mess with the US military, plus they have nuclear weapons. So I'm going to do this. I want you to comment below and let us know potential taglines that we can use for Mindvalley. And what I'm going to do is write a $5,000 check to the person who comes up with a tagline that we decide to use for Mindvalley. Help us in our time of need to come up with the ultimate Mindvalley tagline. So, simple. Let us know your winning tagline for Mindvalley. $5,000 check to you if we use it on our website. Thank you.
But you know it, love, no it ain't. If I don't fix the problem, then you gotta wait for somebody else. Can't let you get away, 'cause you've been through a lot that I ain't never found. So bad, the way they broke you down. Close you off, and all you gotta do is say goodbye. I'll make sure that it's your choice. We both got our voice. I will leave the rest to you if you want it. I know you've been hurt before, and I'm sorry. Hold on, easy tonight. Be there in your hard times. You're what I'm missing, and I'm what your heart needs. If you need me, I'll be there in a heartbeat. It's your choice. It's your choice, baby. It's your choice. It's your choice, baby. make me forget it, make me forget all the reasons I gave. Stuck in your bed, high as the ceiling. Love how you taste. Yeah, it's easy, yeah, to walk out the door and then never look back. There's no reason now to keep screwing over the feelings we have. So I keep coming over, breathing your cigarette smoke. Keep coming over. You make me feel something real. Make me feel lucky. I keep on falling the further I get. Don't be mistaken, there's still some parts that just don't make sense. Stuck in my head, I keep on thinking, why won't we stay? Yeah, it's easy, yeah, to walk out the door and then never look back. There's no reason now to keep screwing over the feelings we have. So I keep coming over, breathing your cigarette smoke. Keep coming over. You make me feel something real. Make me feel lucky.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have been receiving a couple of jokes because every session I start with ladies and gentlemen. I should be a little bit more creative, so let me start it over. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to Mindvalley Summit 2021. We are back right now working on advanced skills. We are going into the advanced spiritual skills, working with guides and some really beautiful experiences that Vishen is ready to bring it to us. So let's warmly welcome on the stage the founder of Mindvalley, Mr. Vishen Lakhiani. Fireworks.
Hello, Ronan.
Hello, Vishen. How are you doing?
I'm proud of you for today not wearing the exact same t-shirt that I am wearing. For 2 days in a row, this man has humiliated me on my own stage by wearing the exact same t-shirt I was wearing. I know it was an accident, but it was even more excruciatingly painful because he is the fittest and has the best chest of any person in Mindvalley. And so he makes those shirts look so much better on him. So today, I wore a shirt. I wore a shirt because Ronan can't fit in regular shirts because of the genetically mutant size of his biceps. Regular shirts don't fit him. So I know this way I would be able to one-up you.
Yeah, I received a warning letter from the HR team, and I decided to play by my rules. I put some red shoes because I know you would never wear something like this.
Exactly, I would never wear red shoes. Anyway,
my friend,
love you,
take
man.
it away.
All right, so we're going to go on with today's session. And today's session is a topic that I love talking about with Mindvalley Pro members, but it's not something that I typically do public. Why I decided to do it publicly here is because I think you guys are a very open-minded audience, and because I want to give you guys a taste of really just how deep we do go in Mindvalley when you go into other layers of the company. So first, if you were here yesterday and you were listening to me and Gary Zukov, this statement probably would strike you as being true. We are not just meat and flesh bodies, we are souls having a human experience. Gary Zukov spoke about non-physical reality, and he said this: non-physical reality is your home. You came from non-physical reality. You will return to non-physical reality, and the larger part of your currently resides in and evolves in non-physical reality. Let's repeat that for a moment. The larger part of you currently resides in and evolves in non-physical reality. The same is true for each of the billions of human beings upon this planet. Therefore, the majority of your interactions with other human beings occur in non-physical reality. For example, when you think loving thoughts of someone who is close to you emotionally, such as a family member, you shift the quality of your consciousness and contribute to their energy system. We spoke yesterday of forgiveness, and I shared with you that story of that guy, Tom, whose brother forgave him at the exact same moment he was forgiving his brother using a forgiveness protocol, and they hadn't spoken in 2 years. We also know from studies at the San Antonio Mind Science Institute that our mind can influence the physiology of other people. So for example, this study was done by a scientist called William Broad, and it was fascinating. He took 2 groups of people, he put them into different groups. One was senders, one were receivers. The people who were receivers were hooked up to machines that measured 19 different parts of their physiology. For example, skin resistance, heartbeat, breathing rate, and so on. And then the senders were in a different room, and at specific times, the senders were told to think positive thoughts to the receiver. So they were given the name of the receiver, and they had to send positive thoughts to the receiver. Neither the senders or the receivers were trained in meditation or any form of distant healing. But what they found is that at the exact moment that the sender was giving positive thoughts to the receiver, say at precisely 1:53 p.m., the receiver's machines, these machines measuring 19 different neurophysical reactions, would show a reaction. In short, the receiver's body was being influenced through a distance from the sender's thought. Now, if that's just a body, and the larger part of ourself is non-physical, imagine what your thoughts are doing and influencing and dancing and playing with someone else's energy system or soul. So these ideas fascinate me. And this is why I'm a big believer in energy healing and other methods of energy work to influence not just our physiology, but other people's bodies in a good way, in a healthy, healing way, and also reality as a whole. Now, there's another part. It gets weirder. Today, we mostly know that this works. There have been so many studies done on distant healing, but this is where it gets interesting. Guides and teachers. Let's talk about this quote from Gary Zukav. Guides and teachers assist the soul in every phase of its evolution. The number of guides and teachers that a soul has depends upon what it seeks to accomplish and its level of awareness. Souls that take upon themselves projects of more magnitude bring to themselves more assistance. Your soul knows its guides and teachers. It drew upon their wisdom and compassion in charting the incarnation that became you. And that part of your soul that is you will be gathered into their waiting arms when this incarnation that is you comes to an end, when you go home. You receive loving guidance and assistance at each moment. At each moment, you are prompted and encouraged to move into light. I love this because while this sounds a little bit out there, I've come to believe through studying the Silva method, through going deep with many spiritual teachers, that we are constantly surrounded by guides and teachers. And the deeper I went into my spirituality, the more I found these guides and teachers aided and helped me. The bigger my vision, as Gary Zukav said, the larger the number of guides that I found would come into my life. Some of them would appear in dreams. Some of them would appear during meditation. Some of them would reveal their names. Names such as, one was called Azurius, one was just called Barbara. One guide calls himself Thor. But these names come, and I find that as I'm going through life, I call upon them for assistance. And sometimes I get intuitive impulses. Sometimes obstacles clear themselves. And sometimes I'm able to heal my body by calling upon these guides to assist me. This is going to be the topic of today's training. Now, by the way, those of you who are going into Mindvalley Pro, we're going to be taking you through an exercise in partnership with the Silva method based on pioneering work by Jose Silva in the 60s and 70s that will help you see your guide to a degree where you know their name and you can converse with them. This will be happening in August and September this year. So those of you who join Mindvalley Pro, definitely join in July, because if you want to go deeper into this is some of the really deep spirituality that we're going to be taking you through. I want to share with you a story that reminded me so powerfully about the importance of guides. So you can watch this video if you want to. It is on Mindvalley Talks on YouTube. It's a really popular channel with millions of subscribers. And this talk is called Discover New Possibilities with Spiritual Awareness by Michael Beckwith. Michael Beckwith, of course, is a Mindvalley teacher. His program, Life Visioning, is part of Mindvalley membership. So if any of you want to go into a 30-day training with Michael Beckwith to truly tap into your soul and manifest from your soul, know that as a member, you have that, right? Now, in this speech, Michael shared a really interesting story. So he was in Costa Rica, and he decided to go for a swim. And all of a sudden, he got caught in a riptide that started pulling him into the sea. And he couldn't break free. He kept swimming and swimming and swimming. But no matter what he did, his body was getting tired. And then he said he felt a peacefulness come over him. And he said, well, if this has to be the end, this is the end. All of a sudden, what happened was he felt a wave come and push him forward. Then a second wave came and pushed him forward. Then a third wave came and pushed him forward. And finally, he landed on the shore. And he couldn't understand what happened, but all of a sudden he was breathing again. And then he remembered, just before the waves came, as he was surrendering and giving up, he let out a request for help. He said, if I have more to do in the world, help me. Just give me a sign and help me. And so the next day, or several days later, he was meeting with a healer friend of his who was a very strong intuit. And he shared this story with the healer friend. And the healer friend said, Michael, would you allow me to send my energy to witness what was happening, what was going on over there? What was the meaning of that in your life? And the healer remote viewed to see what happened and then spoke to Michael and said, Michael, I observed something really interesting happen. When you asked for help, I saw a guide come down. And that guide did 3 moves So the healer said he could see the guide doing 3 moves, and these 3 moves symbolized 3 waves that push you to the shore. And Michael said, well, that's right. Exactly, that was right. There were 3 waves that pushed me to the shore. And the healer said, Michael, I want you to know this. I want to remind you of this. In all shamanic tradition, in all spiritual tradition, we have spiritual guides who are there to help us. But they are not allowed to interfere unless you ask for help. The reason that guide was able to push you to shore with those 3 waves is because you asked for help. And that's the story that Michael shared. So the idea here is really simple. We have non-physical helpers. And the greater our mission, the more non-physical helpers we have. The bolder our mission, the better our mission, the more conscious our mission magnifies the amount of non-physical help we can call on. But we have to ask for that help. Now, I'm just going to ask Laura back there to bring my iPad to the stage because I want to see people's comments, okay, as we are going through this. So put in the chat your comments so we can, I want to see how you are reacting to this topic. What we're going to talk about now is a method to work with guides. You're going to use this to remove negative energy, shadows that you are unaware of. So it's easy to get rid of belief systems that you know you have, negative beliefs, lack of confidence. But what about the things that's under the surface? Now, you can also use this technique to help heal past beliefs that hold you back and remove unconscious blocks. Now, this is how the technique works. So it is a simple 7-step technique, and I'm going to guide you through it. Now, the first step is you are going to go into a level of meditation, and you're going to connect to Earth and the universe. The next step is you're going to call upon your guides. Now, I'm going to guide you through all of these steps so you don't have to worry about it. Then you are going to do a quick measure to understand where in your life you need to ask for help from your guides. This is a scoring system. You are going to basically look at health, at relationships, at career, at money, and then you're going to ask an intuitive question to see where you need the most amount of help. The next thing you're going to do, Laura, could you help me actually connect? The next thing you're going to do is you're going to use a technique to detect the block in your field. You're going to detect the exact position and location of this energy block that's holding you back from successful relationships, that's holding you back from attracting money, that's holding back from healing your body. You're going to see and uncreate the block using a specific mantra from another Mindvalley teacher whose work is also going to be in Mindvalley membership. I'll give you the mantra shortly. And then you're going to give thanks. That's it. The whole process here is going to take about 10 minutes. Now, if you feel this isn't something you're comfortable doing, it's okay. You don't have to participate, and you can turn off your Zoom right now. What I ask is that you do not record this, you do not film this, you do not put it on Instagram. This video, by the way, is going to be on YouTube. I'm going to be sharing this not this video, not this exercise. Elements of this video will be on YouTube. But because this is so high-level spirituality, I prefer to keep this behind, at higher levels of Mindvalley. Because people who are just getting into this work will come here, look at this and go, oh, this feels like religion. And then it immediately turns them off. I'm not a religious person, and I'm here in Estonia, which is the most atheist country in the world. I don't really believe that much in religion, but I believe what I've experienced, and I believe that we are spiritual beings having a physical experience, and I believe in guides, and I believe in this technique because as my spiritual mentors and teachers have showed me how to do this, I've been able to create incredible flow in my life and do things that defy probability. One of the most interesting things about Mindvalley is that we're about to become a unicorn company, a company worth $1 billion. But we're one of those rare companies that is about to become a unicorn company without any investors, 0 investors. And we're doing it while being located not in Silicon Valley, but in Malaysia, in Southeast Asia. And it isn't because I'm a genius at business. It isn't because we have we have government funding or anything of that sort. It's because I believe our mission is the type of mission that unseen helpers, that guides really resonate with. And I find that there were so many times when I was about to go bankrupt, when something would happen and reality would shift. There were so many times when I was stuck and the right idea and the right product would just come to me. And that's why I believe in this. So as I started going deeper and deeper into this particular tool, what I found is that I could use it to heal my body. I could use it to generate energy. I could use it to remove sadness or sorrow. If there was anything in life that made me uncomfortable because of a past memory or a past trigger, I could heal that. And I want to teach you how to do this as well. So here are some applications. Maybe you just keep meeting the wrong person in your relationship. You can use this technique. Maybe there's something about your spouse. There's something about your coworker. There's something about your boss that just triggers you. You feel a sense of insecurity or you feel a negative emotion in that person's presence. This could be a form of projection. It could be a childhood belief that's influencing that. You learn to remove that block. Maybe you have difficulty holding on to money or attracting money. You can use this to remove that block. In fact, this particular technique, portions of it are in Christy Marie Sheldon's Unlimited Abundance, where she uses it very specifically to remove money blocks. Okay, so let's get started. Now, I want you to find a comfortable position. I want you to find a comfortable position, and I'm going to guide you into a level of meditation. So, get into a comfortable position. Get relaxed. And in this meditation, you are allowed to move your hands. At certain points, I'm going to tell you to move your hands. So don't feel like you need to be really still. You need to scratch an itch. You need to move your hands. You need to adjust your hair. It's all fine, okay? In fact, in many healing traditions, you actually move your objective hands. We're going to be using your hands in this. I want you to feel your scalp relax. Feel a feeling of relaxation on your scalp. Feel that feeling of relaxation move gently downward to your forehead, to your eyes. Feel your eyelids relax. Feel this feeling of relaxation move gently downward to your nose, to your mouth, to your jaw. Feel this feeling of relaxation move to your neck, your shoulders, your upper arms, your lower arms, your hands, your fingers. Feel this feeling of relaxation move to your chest, your abdomen, your hips, your legs, your knees, your lower legs, your feet, all the way down to your toes. You're now in a deeply relaxed state of mind. I'm now going to count from 10 to 1, and on each descending number, you will get deeper and deeper into this relaxed state. 10, 9, 8, 7, going deeper and deeper. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're now in a deep, relaxed state of mind. I want you to now imagine a light coming down all the way from the universe, from heaven, going all the way down to the top of your head and flowing through your spine. Keep your spine straight. Now imagine this light emerging from the base of your spine and going deep down into the earth. Within this channel of light, I now want you to imagine love flowing from the universe into your body, and love flowing from the earth or Gaia all the way up into your spine. See your body being filled with this love flowing from up and coming from down. I want you to take a deep breath and visualize this love expanding from your spine and now filling your entire body. Feel this love. Now imagine the people closest to you, your children, your family, your close friends. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine this love radiating to them. Now take a deep breath and imagine this love radiating to fill your entire house or apartment. Now take a deep breath and imagine this love radiating to fill the entire city that you're in. Now take a deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine this love to fill your entire country. Give a spiritual blessing to all life within the boundaries of your nation. All people, all plants, all animals. Now take another deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine this love expanding to fill the entire earth. In your mind, see the earth covered in the light of your love. Now we go to the next step, step 3. I want you to call upon your guides. If you've done certain Mindvalley programs, you might already know who your guides are. If not, just think of any spiritual being that you think of for support and protection. It could be a religious entity. It could be a deceased grandparent. It could be an angel you believe in or pray to. It could be the Archangel Michael. It could be a higher level or higher version of yourself. It doesn't matter. And if you don't know what it is, just ask, guides, if you're here, help me in this clearing. And imagine and feel as if these guides are around you. They could be 1, they could be 10,000, but they are around you in a circle. Thank them for showing up on time. Now, you're going to do a mental scoring system to look at a few dimensions of your life and see where you have the biggest blocks. We're going to rate different areas of your life: health, relationship, career, money, spirituality. And the higher the rating, from 1 to 5, the bigger the block. I'm going to ask you to think of each of these 5 areas and try to zero in on the first number that comes to mind. The first number is usually the correct intuitive response. On a scale of 1 to 5, how big are your relationship blocks? First number that came to mind. On a scale of 1 to 5, how big are your career blocks? Scale of 1 to 5. On a scale of 1 to 5, how big are your blocks towards health? Radiant health and vitality. Scale of 1 to 5. On a scale of 1 to 5, how big are any blocks you have that prevent you from realizing your full spirituality? And then finally, on a scale of 1 to 5, how big are any blocks you might have towards attracting money and wealth? Now think about the area where you have the largest block. Or if you have 2 that tied for the largest, pick 1. This is going to be the area that you're going to focus on. So you've now gauged your score. Now, I want you to imagine you can feel your body. Draw your attention inwards. Like imagine you can bring your attention and you can imagine you can feel your spine. And you can feel this energy flowing through your spine from heaven and from earth. Now you've zeroed in on the area in which you want to heal the block. Now, we want to try to understand what the block is. Ask your higher self, where in your body do you feel this block? What is the first response that comes to you? Is it your knee? Is it your hand? Is it your chest? Is it your abdomen? Is it above your right shoulder? Okay, now you have the area. Now, what color is the block? What does it look like? Is it yellow, white, brown, black? What color do you detect? Now, what texture is the block? Is it sticky? Is it mushy like plasticine? Is it hard like a rock? Is it metallic? So you have position, color, texture. Now I want you to raise your hand, hold up your objective hand, and imagine this block coming from your field and sitting in your hand. You're holding it gently. Now I want to tell you a great secret of healing. You heal through love. So you remove blocks, not by destroying them, but by loving them away. This block, whatever it is, whether it's a block on your relationships or abundance or a block on your career or a block on your health, isn't a bad thing. It could be a childhood interpretation of something that happened in your life. It could be your child's meaning-making machine. It could be a defensive belief that you took on to protect yourself at a time when you didn't have as much wisdom as you have right now. So you're not going to be angry with this block because it is part of you. I want you to give love to this block. Love it. Thank it for being a part of you. Thank it for protecting you. Thank it for being there. And now, I want you to ask it, to tell it that it is time to part ways. Tell it goodbye. And we're going to repeat a specific mantra to help this block dissolve. This mantra is from Christy Marie Sheldon's Unlimited Abundance program in Mindvalley. And the mantra goes like this. We're going to repeat this 7 times. And each time you repeat this mantra, and I want you to repeat it in your head with your hand in front of you with the block in your hand. You're going to imagine the block gets smaller and smaller until it completely disappears. If it disappears after the first repetition, great. Or it may take 7. And the mantra goes like this. For those of you who are comfortable opening your eyes to look at the screen, I've put it on the screen. I now uncreate, delete, destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. I now uncreate, delete, and destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. We've now repeated it twice. 5 more times to go. And each time you repeat it, you're going to see this block lovingly disappear. I now uncreate, delete, destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. I now uncreate, delete, destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. I now uncreate, delete, and destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. I now uncreate, delete, and destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. And the final time, I now uncreate, delete, and destory this block across all time, dimension, space, and reality. See the block completely disappear. Now think of your guides, the guides who are surrounding you. Ask them to help, heal, and remove this block permanently from your energy. Thank them for doing so. Imagine it already done. And now we'll open our eyes. I'm going to count from 1 to 5. At the count of 5, you'll be wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health. 1, 2, 3. Get ready to open your eyes. 4, 5. Eyes open, wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health. Give a stretch. Thank the universe, thank Earth, and thank your guides. Okay, so feel free to put in the chat anything you experience, anything you felt, anything you want to share. And you can take a screenshot of this slide so you have the technique, and you can practice with this, okay? When you're doing this technique, the beauty of this technique is you're not required to be an amazing energy healer. All of us have that capacity, but some of us may be new to it. But what you are doing is you're calling upon your guides. And it is not just you, but a higher part of you that's helping remove these barriers. Remember what Michael Beckwith said. In all shamanic traditions, guides are not allowed to help unless you ask for help. And so this is really a technique where you're very deliberately and specifically asking for help. I'm reading the comments. Yes, so people are mentioning on the fact that key idea, you remove your blocks by loving them away. You cannot not love a part of you. You remove it by loving it away, by understanding why it came there in the first place. It's almost as if you're forgiving your block, right? The energy of love is the energy of healing. It's a very similar thing. Okay, so that is the technique. Now, I want to bring you guys back to physical reality, and we're going to go on with the next section. We have 11 minutes left. Okay, this is the, there's a typo there. It's I now, not I know. This is the mantra you want to use. Feel free to screenshot it. Okay, now, let's come back. I'm super excited that yesterday we were able to announce Mindvalley Pro, and we had hundreds of you guys sign up. For those of you who like this technique, who like this higher level spiritual work, this is a tiny fraction of like what we do in Mindvalley Pro. We just go really, really, really deep in this, going into abundance blocks and relationship blocks and teaching people how to heal themselves and bringing in whole mind, whole body, and whole spiritual principles. And often guest teachers, shamans, spiritual healers, energy healers that I work with. So the first class of Mindvalley Pro kicks off. Those of you who don't know, just go to mindvalley.com/pro. This is a coaching program where I work directly with you to take you through a complete transformation and to teach you all of these tools. So that's available for you. We released that yesterday, okay? You can check it out. But now, today, there is a theme for today. Today, we're announcing the next big program in Mindvalley, and this is basically Mindvalley Certified Health Coach. So health is something really, really, really interesting. We just established philosophically, that we are souls having a spiritual experience. And if we are souls, then our vehicle is this body. So many of us forget that. They think the vehicle is the car they drive, and so you're obsessed with driving the best car. You're obsessed with the quality of your home. But ultimately, your soul, your vehicle is your body. I was talking to a friend earlier today, and she was saying she had to move her apartment, and she was saying she was kind of like feeling so off because she no longer had an apartment and had to find a new apartment. And then she mentioned that she had this spiritual realization that, wait a minute, like she's a soul and the apartment isn't the layer. Her body is really her home. And many of us forget that. But when we start making our body, we start treating our body the way we treat our luxury condo, life starts shifting in a really remarkable way. Yet we don't. If you look at rising obesity rates, you look at the health of the human species right now, it doesn't seem to be getting any better. And so what we're going to do next in Mindvalley is develop programs to radically transform the health of people. Now, that tool I just taught you, you can use it to create any type of change you want in your life. Health is no difference. Now, what if gaining optimal health became effortless, right? What if this meant that I know many of you have tried diets before and have probably failed. Diets have a 5% chance of success. I know many of you have tried exercise but don't see the results. Much of the way we do modern exercise doesn't really benefit the body. And later on today, you're going to hear some shocking facts. Jogging, according to some modern exercise theories, is bad for you. Aerobics, which 87% of women in America think is the answer, is so freaking suboptimal. And so even the way we've been trained to exercise is horribly wrong, but it isn't your fault. Ideas like jogging emerged from companies like Nike so they could sell you more shoes. Many of the exercise programs and infomercials that you see in late night don't really work. Companies like Coca-Cola tell you to drink their crap products and then go for a jog. Again, not the optimal way. Having a remarkable body is actually a much more interesting process. And we're actually going to show you some really remarkable charts based on science. This is going to be in the next session with Ronan. That's going to blow your mind. Okay? But first, I want to address this popular block. I've tried to gain my health many times. I always struggled, always suffered, couldn't stay consistent. Now, what we're developing is a health transformation program that is 6 months that uses not just the modern science of exercise and working with your body, but also spiritual tools to remove barriers to health. What I'm sharing with you here is a picture of me in 2016. This is a picture I took on my 40th birthday when I woke up. I realized I'd been meditating, but my health was crap. This is a picture I took this was last year. Actually, this was maybe 2019, just before the pandemic. My health transformed radically. And even if you look at my face, you'll see I look like a very different man from the picture of 2016. That's because from 2016 to now, I decided that I couldn't ignore this body anymore. I had the Mercedes-Benz, I had beautiful apartments, I had property all around the world. But the human body that I was in, I'd stopped paying attention to that. But when I figured out that this was really the key, so many other aspects of my life changed. And as I went deep into it, I didn't just look at exercise, I brought in spiritual tools, because you know me and you know my obsession with this. And over a span of around 4 years, I was able to create a remarkable change. Now, it didn't just happen to me, it happened to other people in Mindvalley. Many of you have been seeing Jason, who's been hosting some of these sessions. This was his transformation. So imagine if you could go through a transformation like that. You could release any resistance around health. You could gain your healthy body easily on autopilot. You could add years to your life. You could make sure you remain young, healthy, vibrant. And what if you could do this in 6 months? So the protocol that I went through, because it took me a lot of trial and error. In fact, we tested out these protocols on over 100 people. We also tested them on our entire team at Mindvalley. And you know what happened? Our company got awarded an award by the American insurance company, AIA, for having the healthiest workforce in the city of Kuala Lumpur. But what if we can do what took me 4 years, what if we can do to you in 6 months? And that is the next big product from Mindvalley. We already had 509 people enroll in it, and I'm super excited about sharing this with you. But here's the thing, okay? Before I tell you this product, just post this in the chat. If you could go through the health transformation that I went through, you saw my 2016 pictures, you've seen, people comment on this all the time, Vishen, you seem to be getting younger. What would that be worth to you? If you could experience that in 6 months, that means in 6 months, physically feel different, look different, be in a body that just got a massive makeover. What would that be worth to you? Put in a number. Some people said 10K. Okay, my number is 10 million. 10 million. When I got healthier, not only was I able to look and feel better, my confidence went up. The number of book deals I got, the number of media requests I got, the number of speaking engagements tripled. All because I looked like a different person. I look and felt better. My cognition changed because today we know, according to studies by Dr. Daniel Amen, that every little bit of extra fat you have around your belly or your thighs actually slows down your cognition. It's affecting your brain. And it actually slows down your ideation, your thinking, which means you're less productive at work. If you're an entrepreneur, if you're a scientist, if you're an engineer, your brain needs to be at a top level. So put down that number. How much would it be worth to you? For me, I've probably made $100 million extra in net worth because of my body transformation. Because as my body reached its higher levels of health, so did my brain, so did my energy level, so did my confidence, so did my ability to walk into a room and command respect. And that makes a massive change. Now, it may not be 100 million for you, but it would still likely be a very large number. We are able to do this now in 6 months, thanks to Mindvalley methodologies, Mindvalley trainers, and the framework that we put together, but it took us 4 years of trial and error to get this done. Okay, so if you answer yes to this, would you like us to help you achieve an extraordinary health transformation for yourself? Then, I'm not going to talk about, I'm just going to give you a really quick summary now, but we're going to go deep into this later today. You're going to go into a session with Lorenzo, where he's going to show you the 10X methodology. That's how I gained muscle. And that's how thousands of people are gaining muscle using really optimized workouts. And he's going to show you the great myths, the massive myths, and the problem with modern exercise, which is why so many people, especially women, get stuck. The majority of people who do 10X are actually women. Then we're going to go into Hollow Body, which is a holistic body transformation model that we've been developing with Ronan. Ronan, you guys may think him as the funny Brazilian guy with the biceps, but the guy is actually one of the smartest and most genius health optimization experts I've ever seen. And yes, there are many scientists who are specialists in this field, but they can't teach like Ronan. And you're going to witness that today. So that's about 2 hours. And then when we're done, we're going to show you Mindvalley Health Certification for those of you who want to go through that 6-month transformation. But here's the key thing, guys, and this is what you're going to love. We're not just transforming your health in 6 months. You're then getting a license, a certification to go out and teach this to other people. You can teach this to your kids, you can teach this to your family, you can teach this in your company, you can go and charge people to learn from you. It is Mindvalley's first big foray into certified coaching. You become a Mindvalley certified coach. So you don't just transform your health, you get to transform other people. As you know, I've been a health warrior for the last couple of years. I launched campaigns against Nestle, against Coca-Cola. My campaigns against Nestle, some of those videos got 50 million views and caused trouble for Nestle. Which I'm proud of, because Nestle deserves a big freaking kick in the butt. Companies like Coke and Nestle are horrible to the planet and to our human biology. And what we want to do at Mindvalley is train people to be warriors for health. But first, you got to go through a transformation. And then you get certified to go and bring this transformation to your city, your gym, and so on. Okay, so we call this Certified Mindvalley Hollow Body Coach. Now, really quickly, it's a dual certification. The first 4 months, you become Hollow Body certified. This is where you learn how to bring in mind, body, and soul together so you can remove all barriers to your health. The technique that you just went through, that spiritual technique working with your guides, you actually learn that. You go through that. I take you through 12 different variations of that to remove 12 unique blocks. And then you get licensed to teach that to other people and use that to other people and charge for it, right? If you want to, because you're a certified coach. And if you can help people transform and remove their body, you deserve to be paid for your time. So what I just shared with you is actually part of this. I wanted to show you this because I want to make a really, really, really big point here. It's about time we integrated spirit into body. That's what we're doing here. You're learning to transform the body by interacting with the power of our spirituality. That's what makes Hollow Body unique. And that's why it's called Hollow Body, holistic body. You look at your gut microbiome, we look at imagery therapy, we look at spiritual healing, we look at energy work, all of it integrated. That's 4 months. But then the next thing is that you are able to go into another 3 months of 10X. And 10X, that's what's causing all of these transformations. So the old health model is, it's not about mindset, it's about working out and eating well. The new model is about rewiring your mind. It's about creating lasting change. It's about teaching you coaching skills so you understand how your mind works, but you can coach other people. It's about teaching you fitness routines, teaching you the science of the gut microbiome, the science of imagery therapy, so that you can bring all of these modalities together. And there are two ways to do it. One is you become a certified Mindvalley hollow body coach. So again, the first month, it's 4 months. The first month you learn coaching. That happens in July. And then August, September, October, you learn hollow body. And by November, you're able to go out there and coach other people. Or you can do option 2. You do hollow body, and then you do the next level, which is 10X. You go through a 3-month transformation with Lorenzo, where you get absolutely ripped, if that's what you want. For most people, it's not about getting ripped. For most people, it's about losing weight. It's about changing their body shape. And you experience that in 3 months. You'll be shocked at how fast this is. But then, so that is November, December, January. And then in February, you can go out and you have your second certification. So the cool part about 10X is that not only do you go through a transformation, but you then get reseller rights where you can sell 10X to gyms, to local gyms, and you get a cut. You get 50% of every sale. So you basically get your own version of the 10X program. You can put people into these classes, and you can charge for it. So this way, we multiply our impact on the world. I want to touch 1 billion lives, but I can't touch 1 billion lives with just the current team I have. We want to touch 1 billion lives by having 10,000 Mindvalley certified coaches around the world. And that's how we believe we can make the greatest impact. So this is what this is for. Now, that's what the schedule looks like. Classes kick off in July. Starts with foundations, where you learn the foundations of coaching and transformation. Then 3 months hollow body certification. By November, you're certified. And then 3 months 10X certification. And by February, you actually have a dual certification. So those of you who don't care about 10X and just want to do hollow body, you can do that. And some of you may want to go further and do 10X. It's a flexible, adaptable training timeline, perfect for even the busiest schedules. And I'll show you what this means, okay? You learn straight from home. You don't even need a gym, because we designed this before, when the pandemic was there. And option 1, hollow body, is $5,000. Option 2 is $10,000. That means you got hollow body and 10X. And reseller rights. Reseller rights are really, really, really valuable, because you can literally go to your local gym and say, okay, I can bring 10X to this gym, and I can sign up 100 people at the same time. See, regular fitness instructors, one-on-one. With this, you can put 100 people into the 10X app, and you can run them through the protocol, coaching them using Telegram. All of this is going to be, the technology is going to be ready by then. But what we want to do today, because we want a group of you guys to be part of our pioneers, is we're giving like a really big discount, 50% off. So for those of you who enroll in the next few days, for around $5,000, you can get both hollow body certified and 10X certified. And there are payment plans available all the way to like $199 a month, right? So you don't even, so you can already start charging for this and having coaching clients before you finish the payments, before you're even halfway through the payments, right? Because we want to make this really, really, really easy for you. So stay tuned. We're going to go really deep into this later on. Time and seats are limited. We already have 509 people signed up. You can join now. You can make a decision later. And to join, all you got to do is go to mindvalley.com/health and turn in an application. The application is $500. It takes you 10 minutes to fill out the form. And then if you get accepted, we will get back to you, and then we'll bring you into our class in July. Thanks, guys. And Ronan, back to you.
Perfect. Thank you, Vishen, my friend. Gentlemen and ladies, welcome back. This is, I wanna just make sure that we have our agreement now, going on. The poll is on the screen. Fill up the poll with the assessment for this session. We are going to go for a short break, around 5 minutes. Then we are breaking into 3 parallel sessions. And my hint to you is, if you are interested in knowing more about the health coach certification opportunity, or about becoming a coach in different ways, then there will be a session happening especially for you if you have this interest that is happening with Adi Nawalka. He's the CEO of EverCoach, and he's been talking about the power of coaching in one of the sessions. So if you want to find his session, just go to mindvalley.com/summit/agenda to get the URL and go exactly to the session that you want. 5 minutes break, and I see you in a bit. Bye-bye.
We ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up. Watch me, yeah.
I was once on the board of the X Prize Foundation, and we got to go to SpaceX. We got to actually sit down with Musk, ask him a couple of questions, and it is amazing how big this guy thinks. Now, this is what I noticed about Musk, right? He said, when we asked him, so what's the grand vision here for SpaceX? Now, think about this. SpaceX is nothing more than a vertical trucking company. Horizontal trucks move goods this way, SpaceX moves goods this way. It's basically taking parts to the International Space Station. There are 19 other companies at least that do the same thing. But in a survey of employees in Silicon Valley, the #1 place for engineers to work is SpaceX, because Elon Musk doesn't talk about it like it's a trucking company. He talks about it 10 years in the future. I remember that day right here meeting Musk. This was around 5 years ago. He described how all his companies connected, from SpaceX to Tesla to Solar City. And he spoke about this. He said, look, at SpaceX, we're looking to back up the human race. Because think about it. When you have important things on your hard drive, you back up your hard drive. The human species is important, but a single asteroid could wipe us out. There's a 1 in 30,000 chance we will be wiped out in our lifetime. 1 in 30,000 isn't big, but that chance still exists. And what Elon said he wants to do is, within 10 years, colonize Mars. He has no idea how to get there, but it doesn't matter. He said, look, I don't know how I'm going to get there, and I'm aiming, and I think 10 years is about right, but I'm known to be over-optimistic on these targets. And so when he speaks about the vision, about the role he's playing in the world, he's not a guy who runs a vertical trucking company. That's for the other 19 space companies to describe themselves. He's saving the human race. And that's the first key idea about vision. And I noticed this when I spoke to many great minds in Silicon Valley. They would not describe what their companies do now. They always think 10 years ahead and speak as if it's happening now. When I started speaking about Mindvalley in the same way, we started growing. We started being able to attract great talent. Now, I was listening to this guy, Naveen Jain. He's the founder of another big Silicon Valley company, Viome. Naveen had a really interesting quote that I want to read out to you. When you do something audacious, it actually becomes easier because you get the best people to join you. The problem you're solving is worth solving. You have the magnets now. And you get the money because the investors call, and then you tell them you don't need the money. Now, like a bull, they charge. So sell the benefit to humanity. Notice, that's what Elon was doing. Cult leaders say loyalty lies with me. Entrepreneurs say loyalty lies with the cause. What Naveen was saying was essentially this. When you dream big, your problem becomes small. When you talk about your vision as if it's 10 years ahead, it almost becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The investors want to start talking to you. Talent wants to work with you because smart people don't want to waste their lives on jobs. They want to make an impact. So bold missions are actually the ultimate business advantage, but so many of us play small. So many of us think that we have to be realistic, that in our business plans, we have to write down what is practical, what is real, what's executable. Realism is nothing more than a socially acceptable form of pessimism. The people with the most consistent track records of success don't think in terms of what is, they think in terms of what could be. Fuck realism.
We ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up. Watch me, yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start a new session. I want to give you a quick reminder. I know that some of you are looking for the links for the sessions that you want to attend. I got a couple of questions. If you are looking for the session about coaching, the session that you want to attend now is with Ajit Nawalka. You can just go to mindvalley.com/summit/agenda. He's talking about the power of coaching. So if you're looking for that, this is the session that you want to go. Right here, right now, we are receiving on the stage Gelong Tupten. Gelong Tupten is a dear teacher for all the Mindvalley members. He's a Buddhist monk, and I have learned with him in his presence in Mindvalley events, a couple of lessons that changed, that caused a beautiful impact in my own life. You know, Gelong is a monk for many years. He has been done long meditations, retreats to understand and to communicate the power of the art of meditation. You know, he has done meditation retreats longer than 4 years. You know, non-stop, to understand and to really bring to all of us here living our everyday lives all the wisdom and all the depth of that practice. He has worked with companies, has lectured at Oxford University. He has even trained Hollywood actors, you know, the protagonists of the Marvel Doctor Strange on set about meditation. And during Mindvalley events, I remember this one day we were having a big festival in Bali, and there were people playing music, and we're having a dinner with everyone together. And in the middle of all that music and all that noise, Gelong guided a session of mindful eating. Everyone was there with their food, but there are people talking, people laughing, people playing music, and he was guiding a mindful eating practice. That even when the environment was so distracting, he brought us to a state of mind to experience food in a way that I never experienced before. And from that day, in 2019 or 18 or 19, I brought that practice to every single meal that I have in my daily practice. And not only that, from his teachings on compassion and forgiveness is what he's bringing us today for meditation, kindness, compassion, and forgiveness. I learned more about loving kindness and the type of meditation called loving kindness meditation, where you nurture that quality. That is a practice that I do every day before going to bed today. And so not only me, but Mindvalley members all over the world have learned a lot with him. So it's my honor to welcome on our stage of Mindvalley Summit, welcome Gelong Tupten.
Thank you.
Welcome, Gelong. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you here.
Yes, it's so good to be back with all of you, my friends at Mindvalley. So I'm very happy to be part of this event. And I'm going to be talking about forgiveness and compassion and meditation. So I'm talking about training skills. I see forgiveness and compassion as skills of the mind that we can train and develop through things like meditation. So why is forgiveness important? Well, we all have a challenge or difficulty with the topic of forgiveness because we all have people in our lives who we wish we could forgive, or there are sort of large resentments, but also the daily, just day-to-day irritation, the way we relate to others, the way they relate to us. There's always this need for compassion and forgiveness because we get angry so easily. We feel hurt so easily. Maybe it's not even people we know, but just the notion of forgiving people we know about, people in politics, people on the world stage. We have so much resentment and bitterness that arises when people do or say things that we feel troubled by. So forgiveness is not about allowing all of that and just saying, okay, I forgive, you can all just abuse me and abuse others. No, it's not that at all. It's a skill of the mind so we can learn to not get hurt. We can learn to stay strong and stay calm and understand people And through that, change can happen. Because otherwise, when we're holding on to our resentment and anger and our feeling of separation from others, it becomes incredibly toxic for us. It becomes something where we can't let go, we can't really breathe. But with forgiveness, we can drop a burden and our heart can start to breathe again. So it's an act of compassion towards ourselves as well as towards others. So the first thing I want to address is to think about how much we live in a world where we are programmed to push away discomfort. Everything we've created around us is to enhance our comfort and to push away discomfort and unhappiness. It's a very natural urge that we should seek happiness and seek to be away from unhappiness and whatever is uncomfortable. But if we look more deeply into the psychology of the mind, we might start to understand that these habits of searching for the pleasant and seeking to discard the unpleasant, these habits lead to more habits. A habit sort of replicates itself. You know, the more we search for happiness externally, the more we search. We never really find it, because whatever we find, we have still created the habit of searching. So we jump ahead looking for the next thing. And the same with pushing away discomfort. The more we try to evade or avoid discomfort, the more discomfort comes, because our resistance is a habit that we take with us everywhere. So this happens in our relationships. The more we experience resentment towards others and a feeling of lack of forgiveness, the more we find in our lives people we can't forgive. So through that kind of thinking of constantly wanting the pleasant and wanting to avoid the unpleasant, we become almost like a victim of our own world. It's when we start to look at our minds and change the way our minds function that we can become the boss. We can become the boss of our own lives. Because then we are learning to change our patterns of reactivity. Now, firstly, when many people first approach things like meditation, mindfulness, things like that, I think there's often an urge to still be on that treadmill of looking for comfort and looking to avoid discomfort. So within the meditation, it can become like that. So then we're back to square one. It's almost as if we are seeing meditation as a kind of spa treatment or something pleasant, which will just make us feel good. So we're back into that searching and needing and wanting feelings of something pleasant. Actually, meditation is a path. It's a path of moving through the discomfort and learning how to transform it. So we often hear this phrase, leaning into the pain, leaning into the discomfort. And at first we think, I don't want to do that. Why should I lean into the discomfort? Surely it will get worse. But the irony is, the more we remove our resistance, the more free we can become. So when we look at our meditation journey as a path, I think it's very helpful to reflect upon what is the meaning of a path. Any kind of path is only a path because you are moving through something. The path involves moving through the difficulties. For example, just if you think about a forest and there's a path in the forest, why is there a path in the forest? There's a path in the forest because we need to get through the trees. Because of the trees, we have a path to get through them. Similarly, because of life's difficulties, because of our troublesome relationships, we have a path of meditation. So the whole point is to bring all of that onto the journey and work with it, instead of trying to switch off and find some kind of spa holiday in our meditation. So it really is about learning to handle the difficulties. So what that means is that our difficult relationships become the food or the fuel for our spiritual growth. So now to talk more directly about the technique. So with forgiveness, as I said, it's a trainable skill of the mind. And I think there are two main approaches, and I think it's useful to apply them both. One approach is through meditation, and the other approach is through smart thinking. So meditating and smart thinking, intelligent thinking, skillful thinking. So the first one, meditation. So we all know about meditation practice, but I think sometimes when people are new to meditation, we have some kind of idea that meditation is about clearing the mind and removing all the thoughts and just going blank. And actually, that's not true. And the more we try to meditate like that, the more stressful our meditation session will become, because you're sitting there trying to go blank. And the more you try to push the thoughts down, the louder they shout. So that kind of approach to meditation is quite aggressive, because one is almost putting on the armor and going into war with our own minds. But true compassion arises in the meditation when we learn to completely accept ourselves, completely accept our own minds. So this is very much about our relationship with our thoughts. So this is actually the source of forgiveness, because if we can forgive our own thoughts and emotions, then we can forgive people. So when I'm talking about forgiving our thoughts, what I mean is, as you sit there meditating, for example, you might be focusing on your breathing or doing any meditation technique, and then you feel disturbed by your thoughts. I mean, that's the classic issue, isn't it? You're trying to do your meditation, and then the mind just starts going into plans, memories, worries, random thoughts, distraction. And then you start to feel frustrated, and you feel like those thoughts sort of came in and ruined the practice. So a different approach is to just leave the thought alone, leave it be. So we're focusing on our breathing, for example. I mean, you can substitute that with any practice, any technique, whatever you're focusing on in your meditation. You're focusing on your breathing, and then you realize that you're completely somewhere else. You're thinking about dinner or lunch or anything. And instead of feeling that kind of angst or aggression towards this thought, like, go away, I want you to leave, instead of that, you just notice and return to the breath. So what you're doing is you are giving up the battle with your thoughts, and you're just leaving the thought alone. If you leave the thought there, it's not going to stay on a shelf waiting for you. It's not going to sort of just hang there. If you take your attention back to your breathing, the thought will dissolve. Thoughts are only there when we pay attention to them. They don't wait in the corridor, wait in the wings. So the whole idea is just to let the thought be. So we don't push it away. Also, we don't jump in it and go for a ride and make 2 thoughts, 3 thoughts, 4 thoughts. We just leave it alone. We don't manipulate it. So this is compassion, because we are working with a non-judgmental acceptance, total friendship with our mind, unconditional friendship, unconditional love. Let the thought be. Don't try to change it. Don't try to remove it. Don't try to develop it. Just leave it. Let it be. So this develops an internal landscape of gentleness and compassion. And this is the ground or the source of developing forgiveness. So it's really, really helpful to understand this, because it can actually revolutionize your meditation practice. So many people struggle when they meditate because they have this idea that they're supposed to have no thoughts and be blank and not have anything, just emptiness. And they struggle so much. They find it so enormously stressful. Actually, when you're doing a practice such as breathing, there are 3 phases within the practice. There's the phase where you are with the breath. You are really there with the breath, or mantra or visualization or whatever your practice is, you're with it. That's one phase. But the second phase is where you notice that you got lost. So you kind of go underground, you get lost, you're lost in the thoughts, you're kind of wandering through the forest of your own mind. And then suddenly you realize, oh, where am I? I'm supposed to be meditating. That's phase 2. You've noticed. Your awareness is back. You're aware again. That's meditation. That's good. So to get there, the thoughts took you there. Your thoughts are not your enemy. They are the very thing that enables you to practice the meditation. So phase 2 is you notice that you got lost. Phase 3 is returning to the breath or the visualization or mantra or anything, whatever your meditation is. So there's 3 phases: being with the practice, or noticing that you got lost, or returning. And if you understand that all those 3 phases are crucial aspects of meditation, you realize that the thoughts that take you away from the practice, that you thought were your enemy, those thoughts are your friend, because those thoughts enabled you to notice and return. Every time you return to the breath, you are building enormous strength, because you are developing power and authority over your own mind. But it was the thoughts that took you away that allowed you to come back and develop that authority. So this non-judgmental acceptance of the mind can be developed through understanding these 3 phases. You're with the practice, or you're noticing that you got lost, or you're coming back to the practice. So meditation is developing compassion in these ways. The first way was through just not judging the thoughts, just letting them be. The second way is through understanding these 3 phases, being with the practice, noticing that you got lost, and returning. And then the other thing is just generally, in terms of forgiveness, the more we meditate, the more our habits of anger, resentment, bitterness, the more those habits will have less control over us. Because even in a simple practice, such as focusing on the breathing and then bringing yourself back to the breathing, even a simple practice like that relates to forgiveness, because when you come back to the breath, you are kind of thinning down the glue that holds us with our thoughts and emotions, the addiction or the attachment to our mental activity. So we're kind of thinning that down. We're learning how not to get sucked in by the thought, and instead develop the authority to come back to the breath. So our deeply ingrained habits of resentment, fear, upset, paranoia, these are all habits of the mind. And basically our mind is unconsciously addicted to those habits. And meditation is the best way to reduce addiction. So this is a very simple approach, such as, coming back to the breath, but a very profound meaning. So as well as meditating, you might do a session each day of whatever your practice is, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, longer, shorter, whatever. As well as meditating, I think it's really important to practice mindful moments throughout the day, even when you're busy. So these are, I call them micro moments. I know that term means many things, but in terms of meditation, I mean micro moments of mindfulness. So you're standing somewhere and you're feeling the ground under your feet. You're standing at the sink and you're washing your hands mindfully. That's a highly topical example these days. We're all washing our hands all the time. And so you can make that into a mindfulness exercise. You're washing your hands in the same usual way, but you're being aware, you're feeling the soap, the water, the movement of the hands. Or you're standing in line somewhere and you're feeling the ground under your feet. These tiny moments of awareness, sitting behind your desk, feeling the chair under your body just for a few seconds. These can be, throughout the day, little moments of mindfulness. That's the way of bringing your meditation into daily life. The reason this relates to forgiveness is because when you practice these micro moments in difficult situations, you start to change your relationship with discomfort. So, for example, you could learn to practice tiny moments of awareness when you are waiting for things, like waiting for a bus or a train, standing in line, waiting with the computer for something to load. I mean, we're always waiting. Our day is constantly made up of moments of waiting for a kettle to boil, anything. These are moments that are generally uncomfortable for us because we're always busy, we feel very time pressured, and then when we're stuck waiting for something, we feel as if our time is being stolen and we get tense. But if you learn to practice a mindful moment while you're waiting, how? Okay, you're standing in line and you just feel the ground under your feet, you drop your shoulders, you just let go of wanting to get to the front of the line, you're just there in the moment. Or you are sitting in front of your computer and it slows down and you just feel the contact between your body and the chair you're sitting on. You can use your physical senses as the sense of touch, the feeling of standing or sitting. You can use that as the focus. So what you're doing is you're literally rewiring your own brain. You are reprogramming yourself because we have an automatic programming around when I'm waiting, when I'm stuck in traffic, I get tense, I feel uncomfortable. Well, instead, you're learning to meet discomfort with calmness, peace, serenity. It doesn't mean you become like lazy and switched off and you just kind of let everything happen. It means when you're stuck somewhere and there's nothing you can do about it, practice mindfulness. You're changing your programming. So what this means is you start to experience moments of discomfort in a completely different way. They become tools for your training. A little bit like going to the gym and lifting weights. When you go to the gym and you want to get stronger, you want heavier weights, you need more resistance. You build muscle when there's greater resistance on the weight training machine. So in that way, the things in our life that bring up resistance in us can become tools or opportunities for mindfulness training, taking us to a deeper level of mindfulness. So too with relationships. If we learn to train with easy things like being stuck in traffic, standing in line, waiting for something, then we're building the habit of meeting our edge with calmness and not getting wound up. So then our relationships can start to change because as we think about or meet that person who we feel hurt by, we can't forgive, now we're reframing the situation. We're seeing them as another mindfulness tool because our discomfort arises, our feeling of aggression or hurt. And this is another reminder to go deep into the mindfulness. I want to emphasize again, I'm not suggesting this should make us into a passive victim who just allows people to abuse us. I don't mean that at all. I mean, we don't have to feel hurt. We don't have to allow these things to make us tense or unhappy. We're learning how to free ourselves. So we're working with resistance. And through working with changing our patterns of resistance, we can start to find greater freedom. So I mentioned that there are two major approaches. One is meditation, and I've explained that a little bit about sitting and meditating, working with the breath, for example, and learning how to have that different relationship with your thoughts. And then also the mindful moments, that's also part of meditation. The other major technique is changing the way we think. You can call this smart thinking or skillful thinking, intelligent thinking. it means, as well as meditation, we can start to practice different thought processes in relation to our relationships. Think about them differently. So forgive is the subject here. So when we have a relationship or somebody we think about and we find it hard to forgive them, we can apply 3 ways of thinking, all 3. The first one, these 3 steps, the first step is to recognize our reaction, because it's very easy to get lost in the situation. He said this, she did that, they're so bad, why did they do this? These are all the words we tell ourselves about the story. I'm not saying those things are unimportant. I'm just saying from a meditation point of view, you can go deeply into recognizing, here is me feeling hurt and upset. I am experiencing anger. This is in me. Therefore, this is something I can change. If it's in me, I can free myself from it because it's mine. So we're recognizing the feeling of anger or the feeling of hurt. That's step 1. Step 2 is to practice gratitude. Gratitude towards the person. I don't mean you have to go and tell them, I'm so grateful to you. I mean internally to think about how this person is so precious to us, for us. That this person who normally we feel hurt by, maybe it's in the past, we think about them, we feel hurt. That is giving us a profound opportunity for transformation. Normally when we think of gratitude, when we think of gratitude practice, we tend to focus on the good things, be grateful for all the great, wonderful things in your life. That's important. It's really important to practice gratitude for all the good things. But gratitude for the challenges, that's going deeper. That's a much more radical kind of gratitude, where you think, okay, these so-called enemies, these people who I don't like or who don't like me, I am grateful to them because they are giving me the opportunity to develop the profound skill of forgiveness. Compassion and forgiveness are powerful skills of the mind. And if we develop them, we become strong, we become free. But the only way we can develop them is if people push our buttons. If everybody is nice to us, we don't have anybody to forgive. So I'm not suggesting we should go out into the streets and ask people to become our enemies. It's going to happen anyway. Even the most peaceful, loving person has relationships in their life where there is a kind of enmity or feeling of resentment. It happens anyway. And the whole idea here is to feel grateful that this person has come into our lives to give us the opportunity to develop forgiveness. Okay, so 3 steps. The first is recognition of our hurt. So instead of going into the storyline of the event or the problem, instead just recognize the feeling. The second is gratitude. Think about that person and think about how helpful and useful this is, this conflict is for us, because it helps us to develop forgiveness. The third phase is understanding. This is where the real forgiveness happens. Understanding means to really understand the human condition. If you really understand the human condition, if you really understand the mind, I mean, just not even at a very deep level, but just to understand that the human mind is something very complex, something very often unstable. The mind is unstable. People feel emotions and think thoughts that they don't want to be thinking. People do things because they are somehow propelled by their own negative emotions. If we think about the human condition in that way, a kind of forgiveness arises because you start to realize that people aren't really out to get you. They're just caught up in their own drama, and you happen to be standing there. So this level of understanding is developed the more you meditate. Because when you meditate regularly, you start to see how hard it is to control your own mind. You start to see how much we lack freedom. You know, we might be very efficient, professional, educated, successful people, but when it comes to our own minds, our minds often do things we don't want them to do. Our minds often go to places we don't want our minds to go. So we're not always the boss internally. We're often bossed around by our own minds. And when you sit down to meditate and you try to focus on your breathing, and then within about 3 seconds, our mind starts thinking about something else, it's very humbling, because we realize how wild the mind is. It really does all kinds of things we don't want it to do. So you start to understand this about human nature. You understand this, that the mind is untrained and wild and out of control sometimes. And then you start to look at your person who you can't forgive. You start to look at them with fresh eyes. You start to understand them. You start to think, okay, this person is acting from a place of stress, behaving from a place of their own conditioning, their own negative habits, their own instability. Even if they seem to be doing something very deliberately, very calculated, they're still completely under the control of their own anger. It's almost as if they are being thrown about by their own mind, and their reactions and their actions are coming from that place of lack of control. I don't mean that through thinking like this, we're going to condone what they do and say, oh, they can't help it, poor them. I don't mean that. I simply mean we don't have to feel so indignant and so like, how could they, how dare they, you know, they should be different. We don't have to think like that, because saying how dare they or how could they, they're just doing what they're doing. They're lost in their own drama. And so this takes away some of the sting, and we start to relax internally and think, okay, they're not really out to get me. They're just expressing their own pain, and they're throwing it at me. Now, my response could be compassion. It could be understanding. And through that, I could start to free myself from the pain and resentment, but also the relationship might change. Because when you really understand somebody, you really, they feel it, they know it. Maybe that's what they were hoping for, was that we would understand their pain. So I think this whole topic of forgiveness is something always important, but especially now. Nowadays, we live in such a disconnected, fractured society where people are constantly blaming and judging. And sometimes, of course, there are things that need to be talked about and addressed and changed. Of course, I'm not suggesting being passive, but I think we're very divided culturally, socially, as a race. And I think to develop compassion, love, and forgiveness as skills is needed more than ever. I think this is the time, the powerful time, to practice these methods. So that's pretty much all I wanted to say, but now I want to guide you in a short meditation practice, and then maybe there's some time for questions if you have any. So let's meditate together. Let's do a compassion, loving kindness meditation. So I invite you to just sit on your chair or however you're sitting, but to sit with a comfortable posture, a good posture. Sitting up straight. Your eyes can be open or closed, whichever is more comfortable for you. First of all, generate the motivation that you're going to meditate, not only for your benefit, but also the benefit of others. Spend a moment setting this intention of kindness, You're meditating in order to develop more love for yourself and love for others. And may this benefit the world. Now become aware of your body. Feel the contact between your body and the chair. Feel your hands resting on your legs or resting in your lap. Let your shoulders drop. You know, often we hold our shoulders up a little bit with tension. Let that drop. And feel the ground under your feet. Now we're going to be using visualization, which means imagination. Just imagining something in one's mind's eye, creating a mental image. So imagine that in the center of your chest, kind of level with your heart, but right in the middle of your chest, there is a glowing ball of light, a glowing sphere or ball of light. It can be whatever color you like. It can be white or pink or many colors. And try to feel that this light represents the deeper aspect of your mind, the deep bliss and freedom and love that are everybody's true nature. You know, normally we just feel our stress and our confusion and the details of daily life, but here you're relating to the depths of the mind, which is peace, love, and compassion, and you're personifying that or visualizing that as a ball of light inside you. Imagine that the ball is radiating, glowing, sending lights out which start to fill up your body. The light from this ball of light expands and fills you up. And as it fills you, it bathes you with love, with kindness and happiness. All traces of pain and suffering dissolve. Just like when sunlight melts the ice. So all the hardness inside us, the harshness, the resentment, the bitterness, this just melts away through the warmth of the sunlight of love inside you. Then the light radiates out of your body, filling up the room that you're in, filling up the house. The light is just bursting out of you in all directions, and it reaches other people in your neighborhood, in your town, wherever. And as this light reaches them, you generate a deep wish that everybody may find freedom and happiness. So you can especially think of people you're close to. Maybe think of somebody who you really love. Maybe it's somebody like a friend or a child or even an animal, somebody you really care for, and you would do anything to just take away their pain and give them all the love in your heart. Imagine that the light radiates towards them and fills them up with happiness and peace. All of their problems melt away as the light fills their body. Now expand this light so it goes to all your family and friends, all the people you feel close to. You have a natural love towards these people, and your heart is sending this from this ball of light inside you, sending light to all of them, filling them up with happiness and peace. Now let that light expand further to people you don't know, acquaintances, and also strangers. Let this light just fill the space in all directions and go into all living beings everywhere and just filling them up with happiness and melting away any pain or suffering. And now you can especially think about somebody you find it hard to forgive. And you can send the light to them if you feel comfortable doing it. If it's something you're just not ready to go there, then don't. Take it gently. But if you feel okay doing this, send the light to your person or your people who you have difficult feelings about. And imagine that the light fills them up and it dissolves all of their cruelty, all of their negativity. It dissolves the conflict. The light chases away the darkness. And then let the light go everywhere and just have this deep wish that all of the universe may be filled with love and happiness. And just let go of that visualization and relax into yourself and let your mind and body feel love, kindness, and happiness. And stop there. So that's a short meditation. And I think we have a little bit of time now for any questions.
Hi, Gelong.
Hi.
I was following the comments just now, and the amount of people talking about the power that they feel in the session, how powerful it is, how present that they feel. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a moment to also go in the comments and put a little bit more about how you're feeling and at this moment, and 1, 2 words to describe. And we do have a couple of questions from our audience that I would love to read to you. Let me come to this way. The first question, Gelong, comes from Shietal. And the question is, how to forgive a person whom we love a lot, but he causes pain to us repeatedly, every day?
Yeah, I think it's important to remember I'm not suggesting we should allow the abuse. You know, sometimes we might be in a really dangerous situation where there is a lot of abuse and we should get away. You know, I'm not suggesting we just stand there and be compassionate and all of that. Sometimes we need to get away. We need to really protect ourselves. But do you walk away holding resentment and pain, or can you start to work with that and free your heart so that you walk away with a free heart? Otherwise, we are imprisoned forever. Or if you're staying within the situation and this person is repeatedly bullying you, but you feel you can stay there and work with it, I think the more you practice calmness, compassion, meditation, and forgiveness, the stronger you become and the less possible it is for them to hurt you, because there's nothing there for them to hurt. They're not getting a sort of a result from it. So the more you free yourself, the more you free them from having anything to latch onto. It's difficult, really difficult, but it's all a process. It's a slow process of training.
Yeah, and what the thought that comes to me is how do you practice compassion towards yourself throughout the process? Because if if it is someone that I cannot cut out from my life at the moment, and I'm still not getting there, throughout the process, I'll need to be compassionate towards myself because I'm still taking the hit, right?
Yeah. And that's really important, compassion and forgiveness towards yourself. And I think a really effective way of doing that is to feel the feelings. You know, there's a feeling of hurt or fear or whatever that feeling is. Feel the feeling in your body and give that feeling compassion. So the way to do that is to not get caught up in the story, the information, you know, he said this, she said that. Instead, feel the feeling in you, in your heart or your belly, wherever you feel the pain, and send kindness into that feeling, because then you are learning to no longer resist and push away the pain, but lean into it and move into it, and the pain will stop being pain.
Beautiful. Thank you. Now, our second question is how to do compassion and forgiveness when you are in severe personal pain and negativity.
Yeah, I think a similar answer actually is that, you know, when we're so, you know, caught up in pain and negativity, it's like a storm inside, send compassion to that storm. Really, the feeling, it's much easier if you can locate it in your body. And we all feel our emotions physically. You know, you feel a sinking in your heart or a tightness in your belly or your face. You know, there's a kind of tightness in the body. That's the pain. The emotional pain is manifesting physically. Use that as meditation. Literally meditate on it, which means you sit down, you feel the pain, and you just observe it. And of course, the mind will get lost in thoughts. Oh, why am I in pain? Why did she do that? Why did he do that? Just bring yourself back to the pain. And through meditating on the pain, you start to change your relationship with it, because when something is a meditation object, you are no longer fighting it. You're curious, you're interested, you're working with it. And always remember one thing, which is when you are observing pain, the part of you that is observing, that part is not in pain. If you can feel pain, the feeler is not in pain. So there is a freedom behind the pain.
I think that's a beautiful flip. I think what is crossing my mind now, Galong, is there's a certain threshold that, for example, I myself can step into the position of the observer when I'm being triggered and when I'm feeling negative, for example. But sometimes that intensity of feeling goes to an overwhelming point that is hard even for me to sit and observe. Is it a good idea to have maybe a pattern interruption, or just to postpone it, or to use, if things are really on fire, to really practice when things are on fire, even when they feel overwhelming?
Well, the bigger the fire, the better, because the big fire gives you more to work with. So you can really work with that. But I appreciate that there are times when the fire is burning so fiercely that we just feel we can't even practice. That's when you should do some exercise. You know, sometimes really get up and go for a walk, go for a run, just do something physical, because maybe the energy is too strong. And if you're not a very experienced meditator, maybe just shake it out somehow physically. I think that's okay.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Let's go for our next question. Can we scroll down the questions a little bit? Laura, I can see, yes, number 3 is coming on. Yes, this is from Simona. The question is, when I meditate, I use this tool of forgiveness all the time, but sometimes feel like it's a fake forgiveness, that after the meditation ends, I can always go back to my feelings. How can I move past that and fully approach forgiveness?
Yeah, it feels fake, doesn't it? In fact, the whole thing feels artificial at first, but through doing something again and again and going deeper, the artificial can eventually become natural. And we start to judge ourselves. Oh, it's fake, it's not real, it's just pretending. But you know this phrase, fake it till you make it. I think it's true. I think if we practice this again and again, it can feel mechanical and artificial, but doing it again and again and again, slowly it starts to kind of enter our bloodstream and enter our bones just through the repetition. So the answer to your question is keep going. In fact, that's the answer to every question. Keep going.
My goodness, wonderful. What a beautiful way to close this conversation. Gelung Tupten, it's an honor, it's a pleasure to have you here. We are all in awe with the powerful of the wisdom that you offer to us, and in eternal gratitude. Thank you for coming and sharing these moments with us at Mindvalley Summit. Gelung, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Lots of love to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are closing this session right now. I think it's another time that if you haven't yet described how you're feeling, that could be a moment for us to share this chat with Gelung. You know, what is the words that describing your state right now? And as always, we have the process, the standard process between you and me whenever every session gets done. That is the poll, from assessing the poll from 1 to 5 of how much you love this session. And going forward, we're going to have a short break of around 8 minutes and a couple of sessions happening in parallel. But let me give you a hint for the people who are looking into learning more about the health certification process. Then there's a session that will be very insightful for you coming next, happening with Vishen and Lorenzo Delano on the 10X methodology for fitness. So if you're looking into learning more about the health certification and the health program that Mindvalley is announcing today, this is one of the sessions that for sure you don't want to miss. Ladies and gentlemen, I will speak to you in a few minutes. Bye-bye.
We ain't never settle now. Level up. Watch me level up. Watch me, yeah.
There comes a time in the life of a woman when she discards her old ways like tossed shoes in the garbage, when she shreds her list of shoulds and obligations, and when impossible expectations are burned in an incinerator. There comes a time in the life of a woman when the approval of others, once jewels, now turn to pennies in her sock, when the hunt for another is now replaced by a hunt for herself, and when parental tentacles of tradition no longer define her truth. There comes a time in the life of a woman when her desire to fit in with the crowd dissolves, when her manic compulsion to be perfect vaporizes, and when her obsession to be voted popular eviscerates. There comes a time in the life of a woman when she simply says no more, when facade, artifice, and guile leave her nauseated, and when righteousness, dogma, and superiority repulse her. There comes a time in the life of a woman when she no longer fears conflict, but faces it boldly like a lioness, when she guards her authenticity as fearlessly as she guards her babies, and when she drops the role of savior, knowing she can only save herself. There comes a time in the life of a woman when she no longer cowers in the shadows of her unworthiness, when she no longer plays small so others can feel big, and when she swaps the role of victim for the role of co-creator. There comes a time in the life of a woman when she unabashedly and boldly occupies her ultimate sovereignty, when she feels finally ready to claim her space in the world, and when she redefines compassion as unequivocal self-love. There comes a time in the life of a woman when she finally releases her childlike dependencies on others, when she dares to rewrite a new mandate of living for herself, one that says, I release unworthiness and fear. I divorce servility and passivity. I divest inauthenticity and enmeshment. I end the pretense of being someone I am not. And from now on, I declare I will ascend into my highest power. I will embrace my greatest autonomy. I will celebrate my deepest worth. I will embody my fiercest courage and manifest the most authentic me. The time is now. I am ready to awaken into my renaissance.
Thank you, Shafali. That was beautiful.
How to breathe in this drowning love. Found your cologne. Reminds me of Greece when you loved me the most. It's too hard to cope. Remember the nights that we spent on the coast. I held on to hope, 'cause I didn't know you would leave me alone. You're watching me go. You're watching me go. I stay awake every night 'cause it hurts how I miss you. But I stay when you treat me rough. Hold my breath, but it's not enough. I've been so anchored in loving you, I forgot how to leave when you treat me rough. How to breathe in this drowning love. How to breathe in this drowning love. Tell me why I try. It's all for nothing. You're my only vice. My hands are tied and I'm not on your mind. Don't try to hide it. I'm not on your mind. On your mind. Is it obvious that I'm on the run? 'Cause I might have stayed. If I let you break me, oh, one more time, one more night, you and I. Is it obvious that I'm on the run? If I let you break me, oh, one more time, one more night, you and I. Is it obvious that I'm on the run? That I'm on the run, on the run.
Yeah, another level, another level, another level. We ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up, watch me.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. So I'm really excited about this session because our guest today is a man who has had an amazing impact on Mindvalley. Now, many of you have heard of Lorenzo Delano because he is the creator of 10X. He's that wonderful South African gentleman behind me. Lorenzo, how are you?
I'm very good, thanks. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. So I'm going to go check the chat to see if you guys have been following 10X, and if you guys have learned from Lorenzo, go ahead and leave a comment in there. Now, what people don't know about Lorenzo is that Lorenzo dropped out of school at the age of 13. He's what you would call an autodidact, a self-educated man. But Lorenzo also has a really powerful, genius brain for connecting the dots when it comes to transformation. He educated himself in philosophy, in transformational theory. And then when he joined Mindvalley many years ago, he became my go-to person for designing the Mindvalley curriculum. So remember yesterday when I spoke about a concept called the 5 praxis of transformation and the 5 principles that you need to bring in to transform not just yourself, but anyone. Well, that 5 praxis model came straight from Lorenzo's research. Now, some of you who are Mindvalley members might have also done our program with Stephen Kotler on the habit of ferocity and getting into flow states. That curriculum, designed by this man. Some of you might have done Awaken the Species by Neil Donald Walsh. That curriculum, designed by this man. Some of you may have done the Longevity Blueprint with Ben Greenfield. That curriculum, designed by this man. Lorenzo, what other curriculums did you design?
It was the Ken Wilber one. That was perhaps my favorite.
Ken Wilber,
Alan
Integral
Watts.
Theory. That's some really heavy stuff. What else?
The Alan Watts Quest. That was also fun. Philosophy, spirituality. As you mentioned, Ben
Alan
Greenfield.
Watts, huge, right? Zen philosophy. That's some deep stuff. So the point I wanted to make is that certain people have a level of thinking that is way above the bell curve. And Lorenzo has that gift when it comes for transformation. And it turned out that not only was he helping design other people's programs, but he was kind of fed up by what he was seeing out there in health and fitness. So he decided to create his own health and fitness approach for his own life. And it was so effective, I asked him to train me. And as I went through my evolution, I brought this to Mindvalley, then we brought this to hundreds of test subjects around the world. We did tests in cities like Tallinn, Barcelona, Croatia, Kuala Lumpur. We saw amazing results. Women who could barely do 1 push-up in 4 weeks were able to knock out 13 full-body push-ups. And here's the crazy thing. In those 4 weeks, they were working out twice for about 15 to 20 minutes each time. That's it. Half an hour to 40 minutes a week. The transformation that was coming through 10X was because of precision exercise. You see, so much of what we learn about exercise is actually cultural programming. It's not actually scientifically legit. And Lorenzo, because of his ability to get straight into designing curriculums that create a transformation in people, was able to cut through all of that and design what I believe is the world's most efficient exercise routine. So today, you're going to learn about 10X. You're going to learn the 6 exercises that make the core of 10X. And what you're seeing over here on my screen is the 10X program on Mindvalley. All of you who are members, you get access to this 90-day program. You can see it's very, very, very deep. It's very structured. I'm going to play one of the videos for you. Ronan is one of the educators in this program. And you can see the quality of education, the quality of production. You don't just learn about exercise routines. You get an understanding of your own body. Now, here's the really big thing that's happening. As of today, we have announced to the world that we are now training 10X as a form of certification, which means that you could be trained to be a Mindvalley health coach, and you learn hollow body, and you learn 10X. 10X is about the body. It's about your musculature. It's about fitness. It's about endurance. Hollow body is about the mind. It's about energy healing. It's about your gut microbiome. It's about mind over body. It's about all the other elements that are outside exercise, right? And so many of you have already signed up. We're now at 550-something people who have signed up to become health coaches. Those of you who want to go further, I'll give you a link in a bit. But today we're going to talk about 10X. So Lorenzo, how would you like to start?
So, Vishen, you and I, we've done this so many times. I think a conversation is going to be best in which I think we address the key points about what is 10X. And then I think we move on to just the importance of why, even if people don't have an interest in exercise in general, even less maybe resistance exercise, but to just make the point why it is so important for people to not only exercise, but specifically to put resistance exercise, also known as strength training, or what we call 10X, at the top of their priority exercise list, because it's just so important. So I think it's worth discussing why a resistance exercise is just so important. And then we can actually show people a couple of case studies.
Perfect. So Lorenzo, I would
what
love
we're
for you
able
to
to
talk
do in
about
15 minutes.
I would love for you to talk about this meta-analysis that you did. So this was a meta-analysis, meaning you looked at multiple studies comparing resistance exercise to aerobics. So let's start by defining what is resistance, what is aerobics. Then take us through this study, because guys, if you actually pay attention to it, you will see that 87% of women in the Western world are doing the wrong form of exercise, meaning aerobics. Lorenzo?
Okay, so if you open up any exercise physiology textbook, the first thing that you'll see that when they study exercise and they want to see what's going to give the biggest benefit for people, they usually contrast one of two exercises with each other: strength exercise with aerobic training. Now, Vishen, based on a study, 87% of women in the United States select aerobics training or cardiovascular training as their primary source of exercise, or their primary choice of exercise. And what we really want people to know is just to show them that there's nothing wrong with aerobics training, but strength training is just so much more important for our longevity. So here's what I did. So looking at the research, I wanted to know, how does exercise impact the body over long periods of time? That is to say, how does the body adapt to a very specific type of exercise stimulus over 3 months, 6 months, and beyond? And if you compare the adaptations in a person's body compared to resistance exercise and aerobic exercise, you see some very clear differences. So for example, resistance exercise, no surprise there, improves your strength by about 25% in a 3-month time period, right? Aerobic training obviously does not do that. We also see that
but what
strength
seeing,
or resistance
Lorenzo,
exercise
is that aerobic training actually
Yes.
reduces your strength. What's going on there?
Yes. Okay, so very good question. Now, as you can see, strength training or resistance exercise improves your strength. But because aerobics training is a type 1 muscle fiber dominant training modality, most of the muscle fibers, the big, large, fast twitch muscle fibers, we actually lose as we age, but we accelerate their loss when we only do aerobic type training. So what you're seeing there, Vishen, is that people are actually losing muscle mass doing aerobic training, not gaining muscle or gaining strength, but losing muscle the more time they spend doing cardiovascular-based modalities.
I see, because what you'll notice there is that muscle mass goes down by minus 29%.
Yes.
When you do aerobics. And this is crazy, right? People don't understand this. But so you're losing fat, yes, but you're also losing muscle. Now, why is that dangerous?
Well, we know that your strength and your muscle mass there's a direct positive correlation between how long we live or all-cause mortality decline, as well as our strength and our muscle. So the number one tissue that we want to preserve as we age is going to be our muscle mass. And the reason for that is that, number one, if you have more muscle mass, you're typically stronger. When you're stronger, you reduce the risk of falling, right? Because what people don't know is, adults over the age of 65, typically are prone to falls and subsequently, experiencing more falls and eventually die of individuals above the age of 65.
This statistic. According to CBS News, the number one cause of accidental death for Americans 70 and over is falling down. And that's because your muscles, through a process called sarcopenia, slowly start fading away as you get older. but it doesn't have to. This is the great myth. And Lorenzo, I love the way you explain this. I'd love for you to talk about this. You say that, you know, we have this classic idea that when people get older, their bodies change, right? Women put on more fat over here, men put on more fat around their belly. But you say this, it doesn't have to happen. And it only takes 2 hours a year. I believe you said 2 hours a year, 1 month of 10x, 30 minutes a week to prevent that.
Yeah, so the minimum, and this is what people absolutely have to take home.
Okay, this is the mind-blowing fact. It's not 2 hours a week, it's 2 hours a year. Lorenzo?
Yeah, so the minimum. Okay, so remember, my goal was, what was the minimum amount of strength exercise I can do to offset the loss of muscle as we age? So roughly we lose 300 grams of muscle per year from the age of 25. That's about 3 kilos over a decade that we lose. This is very, very important tissue we lose over a decade, right? So the question was, okay, what would be the minimum to offset 300 grams of muscle that we lose from the age of 25, per year? And 10x would show, and many resistance exercise programs, when done in a 10x style, will actually mitigate that loss. In fact, you will gain 500 grams of muscle per month. So you're offsetting the loss of muscle in a single month that you would typically experience in a year of doing no strength training. Very, very important distinction.
And so what I want to bring up, Lorenzo, so I'm scrolling through these slides right now because Lorenzo has so much, this is all the content that's in our 10X coaching program. And there is one thing over here that's really interesting. You talk about aging and you break it down. Here it is, okay? So explain this one. So this shows you what's actually going on in your body when you age, okay? This is what's actually happening. And this happens even if you're doing aerobics, even if you're jogging. In fact, in some cases, things like running and jogging are negative exercise. They are bad for you. So I want to share something that's going to probably get me some hate from some of you. But jogging is stupid. It's just dumb. Doug McGuff, in his book, Body by Science, says if you're running, here's what's going on. You burn away your type 2 muscle fiber, which means you actually reduce your basal metabolic rate. Now, to keep fat off, you got to keep running. Worse, running can cause injuries in your knees and feet after the age of 40. Doug McGuff, who wrote the classic book on exercise, Body by Science, says running is negative exercise. You shouldn't be doing it. And that's what I believe, and that is actually part of how we design our exercise curriculums in Mindvalley. Running, we hardly focus on running. Look at a marathoner's body, it's not a very attractive body because their musculature is gone and it doesn't give you long-term effects. So, Lorenzo, back to you and this slide, and then we'll go deeper into why.
Absolutely. So let me just let me give some context around this slide. It's very, very important. So I would imagine that everyone here agrees that they want to live a higher quality, longer life, right? Everyone wants that. Now, longevity is another word for longevity is lifespan. It's how long we live. But you know, there's 3 things that determine how long we live: our health, delaying chronic disease, because it seems that we all will die from at least 3 diseases. And number 3 is to not die, right? It's to not die accidentally. So those are the 3 ways we can make sure we live a higher quality and a long life. Now, the first category I mentioned is to increase your health. So the healthier and fitter you are, the longer you will live. So there's a direct correlation there. Now, when I say health, there's actually 10 biomarkers of health and aging. But guess what? Resistance exercise, or 10X, will improve 5 out of the 10 directly. So what you're seeing on the slide there is that as we age, we lose muscle, and with that, we lose strength, we lose bone mass, we become fatter, and we become more insulin resistant, okay? And so those are the exact numbers that typically you would see in the average person. Now, this is completely avoidable. Let me repeat this. What you're seeing on this slide is completely avoidable through resistance exercise, but not just any resistance exercise. If you hate exercise or strength training, or you're too busy, well, I've got great news for you, because 10X is going to be the solution where you can get this benefit in a very short period of time And that is really just the start. Because if you can just spend 30 minutes a week to offset all that, I mean, that's 50% of the biomarkers improved doing one thing. That's
Exactly.
the 80-20 right there.
And I'm seeing that in the chat. I'm seeing people say, well, that's great. Okay, so I keep my muscle on. But what about fat? Because everybody wants to lose fat, right? So I want you to pay attention to this lady. She's a Mindvalley member. She asked that we keep her name private, but we're just going to call her, what's the code name for her? Lorenzo?
Mary.
Mary. So we're just going to call her Mary. Mary is a serving member of the U.S. military, and she went on a 6-month journey with 10X, okay? With Lorenzo guiding her. Now, by the way, those of you who are joining our certification program, you are going on this journey. So those of you who are becoming Mindvalley certified health coaches, we're not just giving you the license to teach 10X, we're going to take you through a 6-month transformation with 10X and Hollow Body. Here, Mary was just using 10X. 6 months, though, still. Now, she went from 165 pounds to 124 pounds, and then her body fat went from 43% to 23%. But here's the significant thing. She gained 5 pounds of muscle. If she was just doing aerobics, she might lose fat. Firstly, it's going to take a lot more time. She might lose fat, but she'd also lose muscle. That's premature aging. And then she lost 40 pounds of fat. Now, here's the crazy part. Take a guess, folks. How much time per week was Mary exercising? There's an interview with her on my Instagram, which some of you may have seen. And she mentions in that interview, she exercised twice a week for 20 minutes each. That's 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Now, here's the second part of this. As Mary went through this transformation, she was disciplined and she did a DEXA scan. Lorenzo, I want you to explain what's going on in this picture.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is, as you said, a DEXA scan. And a DEXA scan, as the name suggests, it's basically an X-ray of your body, so we can actually see the differentiated tissues in the body. So what you're looking at there in red is the fat, the blue is the muscle, and white is bone. And as you can see, we charted her training over a 6-month period, and you can see how her body fat is actually reducing as she's progressing through this training experience. Now, I think, Vishen, people are probably asking, how is 10X actually allowing people to lose fat? But the 10X and fat loss connection is actually quite simple. If you understand how fat loss works, you'll also understand that fat loss is really regulated by hormones. And so one of the things that you want to do when you want to lose fat, without getting too much in the technical details, but you basically have to get more fat out of the fat cells than what you put back in. So there has to be a negative fat balance over time that you have to create. So that's the principle. So how do we do that? The thing is, when you have high levels of insulin, you can't get fat out of the fat stores. They're basically locked in. You can't get fat out of the fat cells, even if you're trying to do some calorie restricting. So the connection there is strength training can independently help suppressing insulin by making your muscles more sensitive to the response of insulin for glucose disposal, and thereby over time allowing you to actually access your fat stores and actually burn your fat stores. This doesn't mean diet's not important, but people overlook the very, very important connection between strength training and fat loss. It's a very powerful one.
So what I love about
That's what
this
you're
picture,
seeing right there.
What I love about this picture, guys, is that we have created a society where it's about weight, right? We measure our weight and we want to lose weight. And we feel frustrated if we put on weight. But some of you, if you do 10X and if you're already pretty lean, you are going to put on weight. But you're going to look better because what you're putting on is muscle. So it's not about losing weight, it's about losing fat and gaining muscle. So if you do 10X, you might actually stay at the same weight, but your body shape changes because you're losing fat and you're gaining muscle. Now, Lorenzo, how much muscle corresponds to the same weight of fat? Show us with your hands so people understand this.
Okay, so if my fist was let's say 1 kilogram of muscle, because it's far more dense and therefore a lot heavier, would correspond to about, I mean, if you look at a picture, all you really have to do is just Google fat versus muscle for the same amount, and you'll see that it's so much denser, so much larger.
Fat versus muscle.
Just Google it.
Wait, let's actually Google that and see.
Yes.
Fat versus muscle weight. Okay, so you see the images over here, fat versus muscle, right? So you're basically losing this much. You see this thing with the pen over here? You're losing this much, but you're gaining this much of muscle, but your weight stays the same, but your body shape changes, and that's really what's going on over here.
Exactly. So let me add something here, because this is so important. Now, not everyone, you don't have to do a DEXA scan to know that, to make improvement. Although I love data, I make all my decisions based on data, and that's how we designed this program. It's based on data. But what people need to realize is that you can, as you age, your body shape can stay the same. But make no mistake, and I see this time and time again, that your body shape can stay the same. But what's happening is that most of your muscle has mostly been, you've lost a lot of muscle and you have picked up a lot of body fat. And so the shape looks the same, but you're fatter and you're under muscled, more so than you were probably 5 or 10 years ago.
Right.
And if you've done a DEXA scan before, either for your bone, you can quickly go and look at a scan you did when you were in 20. The crazy thing is that almost no one has ever done such a scan of their bodies. People need to have information on their bodies. This is the whole point of education.
Right.
In 10X, we actually teach you exactly what you need to do to really know what's going on in your body. It's not about listening to Vishen. It's not about listening to me. It's about it's learning how to think about this stuff and using data as a tool to make sure you get where you want to go in the shortest period possible.
Okay,
period possible.
Now, what you're seeing over here is a set of slides from Lorenzo called the 10X Body, and it shows you how we target body sculpting. Okay, so with men, this is a simple test. You hold you measure your wrist. Okay, you measure your wrist. Ideally, for the ideal body shape for a man, what is deemed attractive, but also healthy, your chest should be 6.5 times your wrist, okay? Now, that takes a lot of work. Lorenzo is there. I'm not there yet, right? But at least you have a target. Your chest should be ideally 6.5 times your wrist. This is just more like an aesthetic ideal. And then your waist should be 0.7 your chest. Again, I'm not there yet. Lorenzo is. I'm not there yet. But I'm also 15 years older than Lorenzo. But knowing these targets, we are able to help men very rapidly sculpt the body of their dreams, no matter how old they are, in 20 minutes twice a week, so 40 minutes a week. So these are some of the things that we're aiming for. Now, I can vouch for this, right? Because when I did...
Yes, Vishen. So
go on, Lorenzo.
Let me just add something there, right? What people should know is that everyone has at least 4 bodies. Yes, you right now listening, you have 4 kinds of bodies. You have a healthy body, you have a deficient body, you have a sick body, and on the other side of the continuum, you have a fit body. Okay? It's all you, but you look different in different states. And so what you're looking at here, it's the different types of bodies. When you get to your most beautiful and healthiest self, that's what we call the 10X body. And it's defined in very, very strict parameters. A certain body fat percentage so we look at body fat percentage, muscle mass. We look at hip to waist ratio. And so we look at all these parameters to more or less give you specific targets to get you to your healthiest, best looking body.
Exactly. Now, I just want to know, what you're seeing are the parameters for men. For women, there are no such parameters. Women might have different body shapes. They might be well endowed at the top. They might have great hips. For example, Mary, that military woman, she said she wanted to keep fat on her booty because that's what her boyfriend or her husband loved. And that's okay. You get to decide. But the unhealthy fat, you get to lose that. And I just want to mention that there are huge cognitive benefits too. At this summit last year, we had Dr. Daniel Amen, America's #1 brain doctor, as a guest. And he spoke about a study that showed that for every extra pound of fat you have on your belly or your hips, it lowers the quality of your brain cognition. So in other words, the more you shed fat, the higher your cognition, the better your ideation, the better you speak, the better the input-output of your brain. And that's why, again, this is so important, not just for looking good, but for feeling and functioning good. So let's look at some of the things that we aim for in a female body, okay? Now, again, I want you to keep this in mind. Many people look at this and go, yeah, but, Lorenzo's so young, Ronan's young. Both Lorenzo and Ronan are 33. But my father did this at 70. And my father did this at 70. In 1 month, his strength went up from the following. He was able to do a leg press. My dad was doing 85 kilograms leg press. He went up to 140 kilograms in 1 month. Now, this is a man who was 70 years old and who had difficulty climbing up the stairs. And after this, he could climb up the stairs to his upstairs bedroom without strain anymore. Like, it completely transformed the life of my dad. And my dad is 70 years old. So that was the math works out to roughly 69, 70% increase in strength. Now, when I did 10X, in my first month, I saw a 50% increase in strength. Like, that is huge, 50%. Now, I did it at the age of 40, 41. Now, we tested this on people under 30. Under 30, they see an average 27% increase in strength in month 1. Now, why is the increase in strength higher the older you are, Lorenzo?
Okay, well, I'm so glad you asked me that question, because take a look at the screen. Look at the different body types. Now, this is very important to understand, because people say, oh, but Lorenzo, I got 25% increases. Oh, but I got 50, but I only got 3%. What's the difference? The closer you are to the right, so if you are at an intermediate stage 2, you're going to make smaller improvements, but you'll still make an improvement. If you are on the far left, a beginner, you will see improvements up to 50 to 60%. That's why you see massive improvements, because they're starting from a lower baseline. But here's the other thing that people don't realize. Muscle mass is the most flexible and plastic muscle tissue. And its excitability and its adaptability is preserved across the entire lifespan. Meaning, if you're 80 years old, your muscles will still adapt and grow like they were that of a 20-year-old. That's amazing.
So,
I mean,
so Lorenzo, tell us about this picture. This is your mother. How old is she?
That's my mom.
And that's a remarkable transformation. What happened then? Over how many months was this?
Yeah, so my mom is 54 this year, and this is her transformation over a 6-month period. But she had, like I mentioned, she started out as a beginner and she had accelerated results. Typically, we only see people, it takes about 1 full year to get all the way from a beginner to advanced, right? If you don't skip a single workout for an entire year, you go from beginner to advanced. And what you're looking at there is a 6-month transformation. And what's cool is that we also did a DEXA scan, so you can actually see her loss in body fat, increase in muscle mass. And so
is this your mom's DEXA scan?
That's it. Yeah. So if you look at the yellow, that's the fat, and you can see how it's reduced over the months.
That's amazing.
Going from a beginner to an intermediate. So we measure this stuff. Everything is measured.
Yeah. So
over time.
So again, I want to stress, right? Exercise is exercise, but 10X is a whole different thing. It's literally a whole different thing. Now, why does 10X work? So there are 3 things that make this effective. First, it is the 6 exercises that we do. Now, the first 5 actually come not from our research, but it comes from McMaster University and a series of studies they did there. This was popularized in a book called Body by Science by Dr. Doug McGuff. It's called the Big 5. In the Mindvalley approach, we added a 6th exercise that tones your butt. Why? Because both men and women consistently say that the most attractive part of the opposite sex is your ass. And we thought, well, why not give everyone in Mindvalley an incredible ass? When you actually come to Mindvalley University, just look at the asses around you. You will be surprised. We have a membership with the finest bottoms of any organization in the world. But that's because we added a 6th exercise to Doug McGuff's Big 5, focused on optimizing your gluteus maximus, AKA your ass. Okay, so that's the 6. Now, we're going to show you those 6 exercises. Now, the second thing is this. You got to do those 6 exercises in a circuit fashion. Circuit fashion means you go very rapidly in these exercises. This is why it only takes 20 minutes, just 20 minutes. We're actually optimizing for speed. In fact, in some cases, after doing it for a while, you're able to do these 6 exercises in 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Now, why 12 minutes? Because each exercise requires a minute. 6 exercises, a minute each, creating the same results as some people get in an entire hour of regular exercise or bullshit like jogging or aerobics. I cannot stress how much I dislike jogging. I see some people saying, oh, I jog for cognitive benefits. No, walk for cognitive benefits. Don't put that strain on your knee. I had to go for knee surgery, by the way, because when I was young, I did exercises like running. I was a martial artist. Running was a key part of what we did. When I hit 42, busted my knee, couldn't run or jump until I had surgery. And that's very, very, very typical. So 10X is giving you these incredible benefits. And in the studies, you see a 30% increase in endurance. So you're also getting the endurance benefit, but it's done in a circuit fashion, really rapidly moving from one exercise to another. Now, we come to point 3. Why is it 1 minute? Because you do it like art, A-R-T. That in 10X language means adaptive response training. So it means that when you're doing 10X, you're basically designing to do it in a way where you put maximum strain on your body in 60 seconds, tricking your body to basically generate more muscle fiber because it thinks you're under threat. So imagine this, for example, okay? You want to have a more muscular chest. Our biology is really, really, really advanced. If we were hunter-gatherers, okay, and you were trying to, and let's say you were walking in a forest and something fell on you, and you had to push it off your chest, and it was hard, and your friends had to come and help, well, you just signaled your body to give more musculature to your chest. All it takes is 1 minute. Now, in 10X, what we do is to increase your chest, you do a chest press in 1 minute in the gym. But if you don't have the gym, we teach you how to give the same adaptive response to your chest using push-ups, but push-ups in a very, very, very unique way. Harder than the regular push-up, but only for 1 minute. So you can do it at home. In fact, in Estonia, until recently, we were in a complete lockdown. Gyms were not open. So a lot of our community over here were doing 10X at home. I was doing it at home with $20 of resistance bands. With 10X, you do not need a gym membership. So let me say that again. I mentioned this earlier. Once you get on Mindvalley, you don't need another meditation app. You don't need another yoga subscription. You don't need a gym. Mindvalley membership covers everything. If you have a gym, you will get slightly better results, but you do not need a gym. You need $20 worth of resistance bands. Now, Lorenzo, people are asking, what about supplements or protein intake? Is that important?
Okay. I don't mind answering these questions on diet and how that relates. But I think it's more important for us to cover some of the essentials regarding the workout. Maybe we should go into the actual, show them some of the exercises, what that looks like.
But let's answer that, because I want to make a point over here. A lot of the companies selling you protein supplements, it's BS. There is no concrete scientific evidence for it. They are mild benefits, but in what Lorenzo has studied, the only supplement that might help a little bit is some creatine. But you don't need protein powders and a lot of these other things. If it makes you feel good, do it.
All you need is protein. You need protein, period. The amount, different formulas. I can share a few, but really it doesn't really matter where those proteins come from, as long as you get, all the different essential and non-essential amino acids. It doesn't really matter where they come from. It just, obviously, we're talking about the practicality of where we source our proteins from. It's going to become a practical problem, plant-based versus animal-based proteins, things like that. But you don't need supplements. You don't have to buy supplements for this to work. Oh, let me say why. Exercise is an independent stimulus for muscle growth. Exercise is an independent stimulus for muscle growth, meaning if you did not eat protein and you only exercised, you would see an improvement in strength and you would see an improvement in muscle mass. It's a necessary but not a sufficient condition. Protein is a necessary but not a sufficient condition for you to grow.
Yeah. So someone here, Yo-Yo, said what they're talking about is nothing new. You're right, Yo-Yo. It's nothing new. I mean, this is this has been around since when?
I like this.
Since when?
I like this. I like this question. Absolutely. Right. So 10X is nothing new. What we have done, we've taken the absolute best elements that research has given us in terms of hyper efficient exercise and put it into one system. What are those elements? Firstly, you have to do exercises to failure. So that's 1 minute. You have to do them in a very specific way in order to get the maximum benefit per unit of time of the exercise. We looked at circuit training. So you do it in a circuit fashion to maximize the time, but also to elevate heart rate for endurance benefits. We also look at sequential recruitment, meaning we train at an intensity that's not too heavy where the exercise set stops prematurely, but it's also not too light where you take 2 or 3 minutes to do the exercise.
So Lorenzo,
we've taken the best elements
just in the interest of time, because I know that there's so much like science to it, and what Lorenzo's really saying is that, so what Yo-Yo said, Yo-Yo was criticizing us on chat, and that's perfectly okay. Meditation is nothing new. Speaking to spirit guides is nothing new. Having healthy relationships is nothing new. Exercise is nothing new. But why is it that we are so fucked as a species? It's because we do the wrong things and we don't have guides that optimize us and guide us to do it in the right way. That's what Mindvalley does. Everything in Mindvalley, you'll probably find if you want to spend years and millions of dollars digging through old research books, medical studies, put it together yourself, go ahead. Or just become a freaking member for $99 a month or $500 a year and get it all out for you. So you see how stupid it is? That's like saying, why do I buy a car? Let me just build a car. Why should I buy an apartment? Why don't I just put bricks together and build the apartment? It's a stupid attitude because the most valuable thing you have is time. Now what 10X does is, it takes all of this stuff, which is nothing new, goes back to 1998, 1999, 2002, studies from then, but it puts it in a structured way so that you get the results that you're getting from your exercise routine in 10% of the time. Now, what do you do with the other 90%? Well, this is when you go into other modalities. You journal, you meditate, you take on energy practices, you watch Mindvalley Quest, you become a complete human being, not someone who just thinks, oh, if I jog for an hour a day, my life is going to be complete. Don't do that. Don't be like everyone else. And that's why this is valuable. So Yo-Yo, I hope you got that. Now, someone has said he's angry. No, I'm not angry. It's called righteous anger. When I see stupidity in the world that's actually hurting people, I need to help that. Because if you look at the world today, obesity is insane. My country, Malaysia, 47% of adult males are at risk of diabetes. So, you know, we got to create people who can get this knowledge out. All right, now, so those are some truth bombs. Now let's go through the 6 exercises. Feel free to take a screenshot of these slides. We're going to go through them very, very, very rapidly. If you are a member, we break it down for you in the 10X Quest, okay? So you will get it in precision. Lorenzo, let's begin.
Okay, so let's quickly take them through some of the exercises. So here, the first exercise is a lower body exercise focusing on the quads and the glutes. It's called a squat. You can use a leg press machine, a body weight squat, or you can use dumbbells for added weights, but they're essentially targeting the exact same muscle group, which is the quads and the glutes, and that's exercise number 1.
Okay. Sorry, Lorenzo. I just want to show an adaptation, okay? Now, I don't have an exercise ball at home, so the adaptation is you do a one-legged squat. So you put one leg on a table or something, and you do a squat like this. Okay, this is what my daughter Eve demonstrated. And it's painful. Like if you go 1 minute on this, it's gonna hurt. But that is what creates the adaptation. So you don't even really need an exercise ball. This is a really high chair, so it wasn't a good example. But on a regular size chair, a regular height chair, you get the same effect. So now what you do is, it's roughly 3, is it 3 down or 2 down, Lorenzo? Help me remember.
So an exercise has a positive and a negative phase. Okay. So it's going to be 3 seconds in the negative phase and then 2 seconds on the positive phase.
Okay, what is the negative and the positive for a squat? Down is the negative, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're going down for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3.
3 seconds.
Then you're going up for 2 seconds, okay?
Up.
So down for 3 seconds,
so
up for 2 seconds.
5 seconds per rep.
Yes, 5 seconds per rep. So in 60 seconds, you do 12 reps. Now, why is it that it's 3 down and 2 up? Science shows that the negative is where you build 30% more muscle growth. So we optimize for the negative. Now, if you take the 10X program, you will see that we provide you a metronome sound that does the count for you, and we show you how to count. Now we go on to the next one. The pull-up.
So the second exercise is a pulling exercise where we target the back and the biceps. And you can either do a lat pull down on the machine at the gym, or you can do a body weight assisted pull-up at home or weighted if you are an advanced person. So it doesn't matter if you're beginner or advanced. The body weight and weighted you can do at home, and the machine you can do at the gym, and they both target the back and the biceps, and that's exercise number 2.
So here you can buy a pull-up bar. These are so easy to get on Amazon. What do they cost, Lorenzo? I think like $20.
$20, $30, depends on where you buy them, but they extremely affordable.
Yeah, they are really affordable. Now the next one is
but Vishen, I just want to add something. Like, it's good with that. I mean, if you're not willing to spend $20 or $30 in getting resistance bands, maybe this program is not for you. So I only say that because you do need to spend a little bit up front to take this very seriously. You want to invest in your health. So don't ever let exercise equipment stand in your way to make such an important decision in taking care of your body, right? So just wanted to add that, because $20, $30 doesn't.
Now we come to the next one. So this is the one that gives Mindvalley people such amazing asses.
So the third exercise is going to be a hinge exercise, also known as a deadlift. Now you can use a machine, you can use body weight, and again, you can use a dumbbell version, and that's what we're seeing here. And the target areas here, the hamstrings, the glutes, and a little bit of the upper back, and that's what we call the posterior chain, meaning the muscles of the back, posterior side of the body, they work in a chain fashion. So mostly the buttocks that you're targeting here. And let me just say that many people ask, well, why don't we do the free weight barbell? Because to do barbell training under a 10X protocol requires that you expert and precise use of a barbell to do it right. And most people will take quite a bit of time to learn that. So these are the 3 exercises we use in the beginning to target the glutes.
Great. And now we go on to the push.
So pushing exercise, targeting the chest and the triceps and the front of the shoulders. And so again, here you can do a chest press on the machine at the gym. You can do a standard bodyweight push-up, and you can also just do a weighted dumbbell chest press.
And if you're a man, or a woman who can do push-ups easily, you might wear a backpack. Or what you might do is a side push-up. So you see you're putting extra strain on your right hand, then extra strain on your left hand. It's a lot more challenging, but it gives you that adaptive response that you need. So it's not a regular push-up, and it's done in a super slow fashion. Next.
So the next exercise is the row. So this again targets the back and the biceps for the second time. And my favorite one is the seated cable row at the gym. And then you've got the body weight row with the gymnastics rings, and the one arm row at home or just with the dumbbell. And all 3 of them work really, really well.
So one adaptation. So we don't have, in my home, for the body weight row, we don't have gymnastic rings. We use our dining table. So we literally, me and my son, we each do it on either side of the dining table, and we pull ourselves up on the dining table. And you get the same advantage without having to spend a dime, assuming you have a safe, sturdy dining table. So you can use your dining table. And then the final exercise.
Yes, let's explain the final exercise, and then I'm going to suggest, because people will really get a feel for this, let's play a video of me doing one exercise according to the method.
Okay, do you have that video ready?
I've got that video ready, so if you look in the slide deck,
I want some little time at the end, Lorenzo, to just talk about the 10X certification and what that looks like. So so the final exercise is super easy. It's just a shoulder press, okay? You guys get this. Notice, you can, do you see the one in the middle? When I was in lockdown and I didn't have a gym, and I didn't have weights because all the stores were closed, that's basically how we did it. We did this on our sofa. So it's like a push-up, but an upside-down push-up, and you get the same effects on your shoulder. Lorenzo, let's go ahead and play your video.
So it's on slide 12, the 10X Your Fitness slide deck. Just go to that.
Great, let's do this.
And then you should.
And as you can see,
the
clock down as I...
Okay, is there a particular section of the video you want me to get to?
No, that's exactly right. So keep
down as I click start. I start my first
Okay,
rep.
so
That's why my
notice
first
he,
rep's a little bit
puts his
fast, 'cause
phone
I'm
down,
trying
he
to
sets a
sync my
timer,
rep cadence
and he's
to
going to be
5
doing this for
seconds
1
per rep.
minute.
And so notice
So
again,
this is in the gym,
I'm
but the same thing can happen in your living room with one leg on your sofa for stability, and then you're doing a one-legged squat.
positive. I'm holding back a little bit. I could go a lot faster, but I'm waiting until the 8th or 9th rep where I can actually push as fast as
Now, Lorenzo,
I possibly can.
people
But it
can
will
see the
still
word
look slow 'cause it's
6x
so heavy
alpha
at this.
1.
I'm so weak,
Explain
so
that,
heavy at that
because this
point.
has to do with our
I'm trying to push
certification.
as fast as I possibly
Let's give it 20 more seconds, and then I'll explain
Okay.
what that means in the certification.
Again, here's my accentuated negative.
Almost
1,
at 1
2,
minute.
3. I pause at the bottom, and then I push up. And up again.
So thank you, Lisa, for your comment. As things get easy, you add more weight, or you adapt it to make it to give your body the a further adaptive response, because you're getting stronger, right? You get stronger really fast. That's why it's a 90-day quest. And again, it's free in your membership. It's a 90-day quest, and every month it gets more challenging. But of course, it doesn't feel more challenging because every month you're seeing massive strength gains. As I said, for me, 42 years old, strength gain was 50%. For my dad, it was around 69%. For people under 30, we are seeing a 27% strength gain just in month 1. Lorenzo, is that good?
Yeah, that's good. That's,
Okay.
I
So
just wanted to show them that one exercise at least, yeah.
Perfect. So what I want to do next, Lorenzo, is I want to show people what it means to become a certified Mindvalley health coach. Now, we're going to go really deep in this, on the last hour of today. Today, we are super proud to be announcing Mindvalley is certifying people to go through a 6-month transformation with us, 3 months of hollow body, then 3 months of 10X. But it's a beautiful type of transformation because you get certified to then be a coach and you can teach it to other people. So you're really getting 2 benefits in one. Number one, you're going through the same methodologies that caused my physical transformation. It took me 4 years because we were fine-tuning things, but now we can do it in 6 months. And then you're getting the license to bring this to your company, to your school, to your family. I can tell you that the confidence increase I've seen in my children when it comes to sports, because they do 10X with me for 20 minutes on a Sunday, is huge. They feel so confident in their bodies, and automatically, as they felt their bodies getting better, they stop craving things like ice cream, like sugary snacks. And so it's so powerful to be able to teach this. So here's how it works. The first certification takes 4 months, because in July, you go through something called Foundations of Coaching, where we teach you to be a coach. You learn all the science of transforming someone else's mind. Then, August, September, October, you're with Ronan and myself learning hollow body. A key part of hollow body is using spiritual tools for energy healing. So this is not just diet, nutrition, the typical stuff. You actually bring in, it's pretty advanced spiritually. The exercise I did on communicating with your guides, that's included in there, okay? Self-hypnosis, auto-suggestion, imagery therapy, mind over body healing, as well as things such as the gut microbiome, energy work, nutrition, and so on. And this is why we believe it's the most effective health coaching program in the world. Now, the next thing that happens is you can see it's a holistic model, and it's designed to create lasting change, not like typical American diets, which scientifically have a 95% failure rate. So there are 2 options. First option is you just do hollow body. So you forget 10X for now, you just do hollow body. And then July, we train you to be a coach. August, September, October, you go to the hollow body certification. It's 3 hours a week learning with me and Ronan. And by November, you get your certification, provided you've done the homework, you've passed the test, and you've watched at least 80% of the videos. You get an actual certification, and you can now go and teach this to people one-on-one or as a group and charge money. So it's actually a full coaching certification. Now, option 2, and 70% of people take option 2, and you'll see why in a moment, is you then continue November, December, January. You can already start coaching people on hollow body, but November, December, January, you go deep with Lorenzo. You go through a 90-day 10X transformation, guided by Lorenzo. This is a more advanced transformation than what's available in the Mindvalley program. And by February, you are qualified to teach 10X. You can go to your local gym and you can teach it there. But here's the cool thing. It comes with your own version of the program on the Mindvalley app. So you can enroll people into the Mindvalley app. You get 40% of that. It's a $300 program. You get 40% of that. You can enroll 100 people at a time. You can go to a company and sell 10X. This in business is called value-added reseller. So you can say, okay, I'm going to give your company a discount. We'll put 300 people in 10X. And for $20,000 extra, I will stay with your employees and guide them through Telegram group or through Slack. This is essentially how value-added reselling works, and you get that license as well. Okay, so the whole 10X program, you can resell it. This is what the training schedule looks like. And so you can see when Mindvalley decides to go into something, our goal is to be the best. Like, we're super competitive that way. We want to build the greatest education company in the world. Our competitors are not other personal growth companies. It's not Tony Robbins. It's frickin' Harvard. Every morning when I wake up, I want to deliver better education than Harvard. And if you look at the rate of our progress and where we are going, and you have to choose who do you want to be certified by, Mindvalley is probably going to be your best choice. And later, when we get to the tail end of this summit, you will see some of the new emerging technologies that we are giving our coaches, which will mean that Mindvalley coaches will have an edge over any other health coach in any other program. Now, it's a flexible training timeline, 3 hours a week. You must commit to that. You learn straight from home, and this is the pricing. Now, for Summit, because we want you to have no doubts jumping into our class in July to be part of our pioneer group, you get a 50% discount. So I can say that 30% of people choose option 1, just whole body. The vast majority, 70% plus, choose option 2, whole body with 10X. And then there's a payment plan, right? Starting as low as $199 a month. So you don't have to worry about putting all of that down. Now, the only thing you got to do is reserve your spot. So right now, it's not even about, oh, do I do this? Do I not do this? Just reserve your spot. You can back out later. Reserve your spot so you get the 50% discount. And to reserve your spot, here's what we do. Join now, make a decision later. Just actually don't go to that link. I'll give you another link. Go to go.mindvalley.com. go.mindvalley.com/cert. Okay, go.mindvalley.com/cert. Laura, is it cert or certs? Both works? Okay, go.mindvalley.com/cert and put down a $500 deposit. That deposit, if your application is rejected, right now the rejection rate is 10%. Okay, if your application is rejected, then your $500 is refunded to you. If your application rate is accepted, then the $500 will just go to the 2005 or 5000 that is part of your certification. And then we will kick off in July. Now, all of you who sign up, this 50% discount is only for this week. It expires on Friday. We'll be having a welcome class with all of the new coaches. We'll get you acquainted. We'll guide you through the curriculum. First class is happening July, I believe it's July 7th. So you really want to get in on this. Now, will we open this again in the future? It's a lot of training. It's 7 months. So the answer is we don't know. We may open it again 2 years from now, 1 year from now. I'm training as well, and this is a big commitment from me because I'm such a busy guy. So I'd rather just get everyone I can in this one class and train about 1,000 plus coaches. So go to go.mindvalley.com right now, /cert. Just put down your $500 deposit. Now, this way you lock in the 50% discount. Now, you can start with us, and if at any point you feel this isn't for you, like, just let us know and get your money back. Okay, at any point in the first 1 month, if you feel, look, I don't know if I can keep up with the 3 hours a week, or maybe, I just don't feel this is right for me, it's not a problem. Okay, we'll solve that. We want to keep you as a Mindvalley fan for life, so we wouldn't dream of doing anything where you would feel that you made a bad decision. But the most important thing right now is make a smart decision. Go to go.mindvalley.com /cert and sign up. Now, if you don't want to coach, if you're not excited about teaching other people, that's okay. Do this for your own body, because in 6 months, you're going to go through the same transformation I did. And I told you, I value that at like $10 million because of what it did for my speaking career, for my confidence, for my stage presence, for the way I came across as a business leader. Think about what this is going to do for you. Okay? Thank you, guys, and thank you, Lorenzo.
Another level, another level. We ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up. Watch me, yeah.
I'd say that if your goal was to make a lot of money, that is the first indication that you're not going to make a lot of money.
We have Monty Moran, the CEO of Chipotle. Imagine that, folks. Imagine creating a restaurant chain that is so loved that it has a $35 billion valuation, that roughly 1.5 million people eat there every single week. Monty, is that number correct?
Every day.
Every day, 1.5 million people. What is your essence? What is that DNA within you that gave you the gift to be part of Chipotle and to help grow it to what it became?
People talk way too much about money and dollars and numbers. What is it? Why is Elon Musk successful? Because he wants to make money? Well, that can't be the case. So Elon wasn't worried about money, you know. Elon was passionate and wanted to do something that he was thrilled to do and that he thought would be awesome for the world. You know, I mean, the iPhone, you know, Steve Jobs was trying to make this incredibly designed, amazing thing that everyone would love and totally be thrilled with and think was perfect and wouldn't be able to live without. And his passion was to build an amazing, incredibly well-designed product. I find that the people who are thrilled and excited about something and allow themselves to go in the direction that they're thrilled to go tend to be people who become quite, you know, quote unquote successful. Mm-hmm. Now, of course, because he was so fascinated and passionate about doing something beautifully well, money followed. And that's almost always the case with anyone who makes a successful business or makes a lot of money. It wasn't money they were trying to make. They were trying to make something incredible.
If you read Monty's book, Love is Free, Guac is Extra, you'll kind of understand that this is not an ordinary mind. You would think you'd be reading a book and starting a restaurant, but instead, Monty goes on to talk about topics as diverse as authenticity, as Buddhism, as love in the workplace. Reading it doesn't sound like you're talking to a CEO. He's not talking about numbers. He's not talking about the traditional stuff. He's talking about being real. And maybe that's why Chipotle seems to generate this almost metaphysical love among its fans, me included. I thought I was going to be reading a business book about scaling a restaurant.
You were. What could ever work better than to scale a restaurant or to build a business than to actually harness the beauty and wisdom and talent of human beings? But society thinks that wealth is what that success means wealth, you know, and fame. Well, that's not what success means. Although the things that are success, like feeling fulfilled, becoming the best version of yourself, helping the people around you be at your best, improving the lives of those around you, those are success, in my opinion. If you go into a corporation, and in my case, if you become the CEO of a corporation and you bring this love and you care about people and you sit with them, and I sat with over 25,000 people at Chipotle, one-on-one in every restaurant, every time. But I'd sit with them and I would sit down with them and go, how are you? And it wasn't about the work. I'd be like, how are you doing? Who are you? What's up? You know, and they would talk to me, oh my gosh, nice to talk to you. It's great to meet you. You're the CEO. I can't believe I get to sit down with you. And I said, well, I can't believe I get to sit down with you. This is great.
Nasanya Ravis, who's a Mindvalley member, just wrote this in our chat. I've always thought CEOs of billion-dollar companies were just mean, rude people and not tuned with the real world. And listening to Monty for the first time, my whole mindset has definitely shifted. Monty, what I love about you is that you're giving and putting forth a new model for leadership that people like me, who are aspiring to build a billion-dollar company, can look up to. Thank you for showing me a better model.
Too many promises broken. I can't get too excited, 'cause I only let me down. Do I think too much
was a nightmare.
Yeah, another level, another level, another level. We ain't never settle now. Level up, watch me level up. Watch me, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mindvalley Summit 2021. We are now entering in our last half of our last day, little tear here, of Mindvalley Summit 2021. And remember the agreement that I had with you at the end of each session to fill up a poll and all that kind of stuff. Right now, we're gonna have a reverse of that agreement. But it's not, I'm not gonna ask you to rate the session that you haven't even watched yet. But I wanted you to think about the whole event right now. Your whole participation of Mindvalley Summit 2021. There is a question popping on your screen right now asking how likely it would be to recommend to a friend the participation of Mindvalley Summit 2021. And you can rate that question right now. You can put your comments there. Please fill up this poll, otherwise I'm not gonna get my payment. Now Vision said that I can only get paid if people fill up the poll. So please be kind with me right now. And moving forward in this session, we are now talking about health and body transformation. And for that, we are going to bring a very special speaker who is the Director of Health and Fitness in Mindvalley. Please welcome on the stage, Ronan. Yeah! Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. All this time during the event, we have been talking about personal transformation. We have been going deep into spiritual transformation even, and the way that we live our lives and how better we can design lives for ourselves. And it begs the question of where do we start this transformation and what is more important. And a lot of times when we are talking to people about creating a vision for their life, in that vision board they put that beautiful, amazing, comfortable car that they want to drive, or they put that very amazing, beautiful, well-built house on the beach or in the middle of the woods that they want to live, and all the different containers of their human experience. When everything that happens in our existence happens within this container of the human body, is the temple of our soul. And so perhaps this could be where all this transformation gets started. And that's exactly what I want to talk to you today. And I'll start this session with a question, and I would love to see the reaction in the comment section. My first question to you is, bringing the slide, the words on the slide over here. If you needed to bet, if you needed to place a bet, how long do you think you are most likely to live? How many years? And here I am trying to ask you to the most honest and transparent part of yourself. The one that looks at your current health habits. And if you need to place a bet, and if you either underestimated or you overestimated, this is when you need to pay. This is when someone is gonna pull for every year out of accuracy that you put in your answer, someone who kind of pull the nails one by one. You need to be very precise with your answer. What would be your honest answer? It turns out that the National Institute of Aging found out that this is the best predictor of your lifespan rather than any other question that we can ask about someone's life. If we get very honest, by looking at our own habits, we know we can very well estimate how much we are going to live, because we know exactly how we are treating our physical body. But then once I was in a training session with this guy. He's called Dan Buettner. Dan Buettner, he traveled the world. He's a National Geographic fellow. And he traveled the world studying the blue zones. So they are areas on the planet Earth that has communities of people in which it's just common to have people living over 100 years old. It's just like it happens everywhere. Everyone lives more than 100 years old, and he wanted to find out what happens in these people, in this community, their habits, their lifestyles, and he traveled around the world studying the blue zones. And he found out that there's a couple of questions that you can answer that can also give you an estimate of your life expectancy. In this training, play the game that I'll play with you right now. Here are the rules of the game. I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. Every time that I ask you a question and you resonate, the question is true to you, I want you to go on the chat and type bingo. If the question is true to you, go to the chat and you type bingo. The second thing that I want you to track is the amount of times that you go on the chat and you write bingo. Are you ready? Let's do this. So say bingo in the chat if you get 7.5 hours of sleep at least 5 times a week. See, if you get 7.5 hours of sleep 5 times a week at least, go in the chat and say bingo. Now go in the chat and say bingo if you have at least 4 sizable servings of fruits and veggies in a daily basis. Now, if you haven't smoked at all in the last 3 years, go on the chat and say bingo. 4th question. Say bingo in the chat if you do 30 minutes of physical activity per day at least. Next question. Say bingo in the chat if you never had unprotected sex with a stranger. Now I want to see the amount of honest people in this chat. Say bingo in the chat if you belong to a faith-based community, whether it is a religious community or a spiritual community, but that you show up to that community at least 4 times in a month or more. And say bingo in the chat if you have 3 good friends that you like, that you can have a serious conversation with, and that you can call on a bad day and they actually care. And lastly, go to the chat and say bingo if you can write your life meaning in 1 short sentence. Now I want you to count the amount of times that you said bingo. And if this was up to 3 times, 1, 2, or 3 times, then all this data suggests that you can expect to live more or less 76 years. And out of the 76, the last 5 years are what we call years of morbidity. Years of morbidity, by the word, you can already understand the description. Are years that you are non-functional, are years that the body is, the physical body is degenerated. And for a lot of people, these are years that they would rather not live. If you said bingo for 5 to 6 times, then you can expect to live more or less 84 years. But the last 3 years will be years of morbidity. And if you said bingo 6 or more times, this is when you can expect to live 90 years and have 0 years of morbidity. This is the type of life that you live well until your last year and you die of old age. You die still in activity out of old age and you are gracefully moving on to the afterlife, let's say. This is probably the most desirable thing that happens in someone's life. And with this comes the question. Depending on how many bingos you said today, how happy are you with your healthy and body? If you had a scale from 1 to 10, and 1 being extremely unhappy with your current health and state of your body, and 10 being you are enlightened with that experience, how would you rate? Please put that in the chat as well, and we're going to have a story of how people are rating their health and their bodies. And it turns out, if you go back to the bingo questions here, let me go back a couple of slides, you will see that these questions that increase your life expectancy, they are not things that are really, really complicated. We're talking about 30 minutes of physical activity per day. That counts walking, for example. 4 honest servings of fruits and vegetables. They are things, to expand your lifespan and decrease the numbers of years of morbidity. They are not really difficult things to do. So I want to ask you, if you are in the extremely unhappy or somewhere in between levels of satisfaction with your health and body, after Mindvalley Summit, after we finish this question, this event, who is ready, who is excited to commit in moving your body just, a few minutes per day, a little bit more? Who is excited? Who is committed to have one extra serving of fruits and vegetables in your diet? Who is committed to sleep 7 hours, 7.5 hours, at least one more day per week? If you are excited to make these changes, these simple changes in your life that can massively increase your life and health span, say yes in the chat. I just want to see how many people are saying this. And if these changes are small, if these changes are easy to make and they have such a huge return, then the question that comes to me is, why haven't you done that yet? If you're excited into increasing the amount of activity, sleeping a little bit more, eating more vegetables, why haven't you done that yet? The answer to this question is a bit more complicated, a bit less straightforward than it looks like. Because usually what people think is, hey, there's something wrong with me. I know what I should do, I just cannot pull myself together to do this. Something must be wrong with me, with my mind, with my body. This thing doesn't work. But what really doesn't work is our approach to transforming our body and transforming our health. You know, whenever someone try to move themselves in that scale of happiness with their health and body from 1 to 10, they usually use one out of two strategies. Either they try to to plan their diets a little bit better, to eat a bit more healthy food, maybe to eat a little bit less, or they try to work out more. Right? They try to lift weights, they try to run, go for cardio, swim, be more active. There are plenty of strategies, but all the effort in improving the temple of your soul is usually in two pillars, diet or exercise. But it turns out the health and body weight and preventing all the big chronic diseases that are killing most of people in the Western world today, obesity, diabetes, dementia, and cancer, is not a factor of only these two things. Here is a graph that shows each one of these colorful dots is one variable that determines your body weight and your levels of health. This is data coming from the University of Leeds. And here, these 2 points here, the point on the right represents all the exercise that you do. All the efforts that you put in the exercise is just the little orange dot over there. And all the diets that you do, cutting carbs, adding carbs, good fats, bad fats, intermittent fasting, everything is in the realm of diet falls into the little purple dot over there. All the other dots are things that we are not even considering when you're trying to change your body and your health. And so there's nothing wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with your body by staying, that feeling of staying stuck where you are. It's just that we are not approaching body transformation in the right way. If you cluster all those things together, you will see that body health and body transformation is a factor of things like individual physiology. That there are things like the amount of muscle mass that you have in your body, your gut microbiome. There are things like food production. The average body weight and the average body fat percentage of a person who lives in a city that has a higher amount of McDonald's branches goes up just because they live in that place, even if they don't eat McDonald's. It's because the food production can affect that circle over there that is social psychology, can affect their friends. And the friends of people who gain weight lead the other people in their social circle to increase their body weight as well by a matter of lifestyle. There are things like your environment affects your health, your physical activity, your individual psychology, your beliefs are defining your health and your body weight and your likelihood to live well and long or not, much beyond just nutrition and exercise. So all of this is to say that the way that we approach health and fitness needs to change. It needs to be encompassing. It needs to bring all these variables together. And even though I learned about health and fitness from some of the most prolific teachers in the area, and we study straight from scientific papers and in the scientific literature, I think my biggest lessons on developing health and developing our human body comes from a auto mechanic by the name of José, who happens to be my father. So this is my father, Mr. José. He's an auto mechanic. And when I was a kid, he was passionate about the idea of me becoming a mechanical engineer. So he would come and bring me to the garage, and he was there fixing a car, and he would open the hood, and he would show me every single little piece. And he says, Ronan, today you're gonna change the water of the radiator. And that I would understand what the radiator was and why the hell you put water in that thing. And then today we're gonna change the oil of the engine. We're gonna fill in the tires with air. And then he would take me on a ride and show me two biggest lessons. That is, one, when you move any variable inside of the car, all the other parts of the car need to be adjusted. If you change the oil, at some point you need to also replace the water. And then if you are replacing the water, maybe you want to adjust the suspension of the car. And if you're adjusting the suspension, that will affect the air in the tire, and everything is connected. Everything that you're doing is paying attention to the accelerator and the gas, it's like you're driving your own body and only paying attention to diet and nutrition. There's a lot of things that are out of control that are affecting the performance of your car. The second thing that he taught me is that it's not about only how the system is integrated, it's about how you drive your own car. What is the purpose? What do you want your car to do? And if you're applying your car to the purpose that it was designed. And what he meant with this was something practical but could be quite profound. And he said, we have a off-road car. A off-road car is amazing for you to take to the mountains, to the woods, or to the beach. But if you want to go on a highway and race, as sports cars do, you're gonna have a very bad experience because this car is not designed for this. So if you own a off-road car and you want to have a great experience, be fulfilled by your driving experience, then you take it to a place where it can express the maximum of its abilities. You don't go to the highway, you go to the mountains. If you have a sport car, then you do the opposite. And how these things related to my own health transformation came much later. Because even though my dad wanted me to become an engineer, what I wanted to do was to lift weights, was to exercise my body. This is me at more or less 12 years old. I was always very skinny and the shortest guy at school, and I got a lot of crap feelings because of that. I got a lot of slaps in my head. I got a lot of jokes, and I got a lot of not so good experiences because of the body that I was that I was born into. And it was very hard for me to process as a kid that how unfair it would be. I didn't choose this thing, and because of this thing, I need to be slapped on my head every time that I go to school. That just felt unfair. I would look at my body and say, why do you do this to me? And so all my childhood was filled with rage, and it was filled with this drive that I want to change my body. I don't want to feel I am weak. I don't want to feel I am less of a human being, less of a man. I want to feel strong. And the only way, because I was judged by the way that my body looked and the way that my body performed or didn't perform. I come from Brazil, and in Brazil you have kids that are good at football, kids that are horrible at football. I belong to the horrible group here. And so I got a lot of judgment because of that. And to me, it was clear as learning as a young human being that the main problem of my existence is in my body. I need to change my body. And my reference at that time was Conan the Barbarian. This is a guy to me that looked strong. But my whole childhood was obsessing on how I could transform my body over there so maybe I wouldn't get slaps on my head at school anymore. And as anyone who wanted to transform their bodies, I engaged in this game of hitting nutrition and hitting exercise in isolated ways pretty hard. When I was 18, I joined mechanical engineering as my dad's dream, but I also joined the gym. He didn't allow me to go to the gym before because he thought it stunted my growth, and it's not something that engineers do. But I really wanted to transform, and so when I was 18, I started going to the gym every single day. I was doing the training that everyone else was doing there. I was hanging out with everyone and asking the big guys, hey, what do you eat? Okay, chicken, sweet potato. Okay, I'm gonna do my whey protein and all. I was doing everything that everyone else is doing. And then you can imagine the whole beautiful story. I say yes, and then he transformed his body and he lived, happily ever after. And the first thing that happened is that it didn't happen. I put loads of effort in training and nutrition, and my body just didn't seem to respond. There is a expression in the scientific literature that we call non-responders. Non-responders is basically when you get a bunch of people and you give them a specific type of training or a specific type of nutrition. There are a lot of people who experience this transformation in their bodies, and there are a group of people that nothing happens. It doesn't matter how hard you hit them, their bodies remain the same. I started believing that I was a non-responder. That led to the first realization. That was, to me, it's not that my body doesn't respond, that needs to be an answer. Not all types of diet, not all types of exercise work. I need to find what works for me. So I applied all my engineering mind to dissecate the human body. And I said, I need to break the code. And finally, I found an answer, how to combine macronutrient tracking with strength training and high-intensity interval training, all these variables together, and put a very strict routine. And for 2.5 years, my body started to respond. And I said, yes, I see the change. And because it was changing, it was a little worse. Because now my body was responding to my own stimulus. I was hitting nutrition really hard. I was reaching exercise really hard, and only those things. And I saw that the biology was responding. And so what do? You make your body fulfill the needs that you have unmet. Now you will make me feel strong. Now you will be punished, and you will change the way that I feel. You will change the opinion that other people have about me. This is unconsciously what many of us do to our bodies when we are just trying to turn our bodies into something that we feel we can accept. And in fact, years later, I got to my own smaller version of Conan the Barbarian. And that was a milestone of all this health and fitness journey for me, because to me it was, hey, I cracked the code. I finally found how nutrition works, how exercise works, and man, I had so many problems along the way. I had chronic constipation for my entire life, since I was a kid up until I was 22 years old. And chronic constipation to me meant that every week I would go to the bathroom maybe once or twice, and that's not a joke. That's a really serious problem. My friends go and drink beer and have their pizza, but they would train in the gym and they would get their results, and I would be super disciplined with my training, super disciplined with my nutrition. I would have one sweet potato in my belly would get this big, and I would look at my body and say, why do you do this to me? Up until I found that I cracked the code. But you know what happened in the background of this picture here? This was 2.5 years of beating up pretty hard. Only looking at isolated forms of controlling my body and trying to transform my body from the outside in a way that I thought I could accept, in a way that I thought it would make me happy. But the feelings behind this, after this day, didn't change at all. I got there, and all that childhood vision of say, yeah, my life is going to change. No, it didn't. I still felt in the same way. I still felt I needed to prove myself. I still felt very self-conscious. And not only that, my body was screaming. It was such a hard and intense period to put my body through that a few months later, with a week of stress at work, many variables came together. I gained 7 kilos, 15 pounds in the course of 7 days. 15 pounds in 7 days. And I didn't do, you can imagine that I went and I ate all the ice cream and all the, no, I was just doing the normal things that I was doing before. It's just that my body was collapsing to a way that this was the only way I could then stop. And once more I look at my body and I ask, why body? Why do you do this to me? And this is when I remember a couple of lessons that I learned from my dad. When he was fixing the cars and showing all the different pieces putting together in the car, he says all these things work in a system. If you work with only one variable, if all you do is to change the water of the radiator, at some point your car is going to break. If you are working on your body and everything that you work on is your nutrition, period, at some point things are going to break. And you may have experienced that. You may have tried to increase the serving of vegetable, and maybe you got some results out of that and then it came back. Or maybe you just hate that thing and you're trying to push yourself every single time you do this. But what about you work on this psychology part? What about you work on the mind shift? What about you work on your environment? What about you work on your social psychology? When you put all these things in a system, this is when you transform your body from a holistic way and not from an isolated way. But still, the next question that came to me was, not only we are trying to transform our bodies from the outside in, we are trying to make our bodies fulfill the needs that we have unmet. You know, a lot of people, as I started achieving results and I went to different athletic competitions, I was running obstacle circuit races and I won a couple of them, and people were coming to me and asking, hey, I see you're getting a lot of results. Can you train me? Can you help me with nutrition, with training? And this is when I started, coaching and having my first clients, and they spreading that impact to other people, and eventually speaking at events and saying, hey, these things that I learned for myself are now serving others. A lot of people came to me and they say, hey, how do I get Wolverine's body? How do I get Jennifer Lopez's body? I am ready to put all my mind on, not only food and nutrition. I'm ready to do meditation. I'm ready to do morning routine. I'm ready to do intermittent fasting, gut microbiome. How do I get Jennifer Lopez's body? Still, there's a flaw here. The point is, you don't get Jennifer Lopez's body. You don't get Hugh Jackman's body. But instead, you can work on the best version of your own. And that is much better. That is what holistic is about. It's the second lesson of the car. If your car is an off-road, you need to recognize that is an off-road and put it in the mountains, put this in the woods, put it on the beach, because this is where it's going to express its full power. If you have a huge off-road car and you're trying to drive in a small little town, this is when you see an internal conflict. If your body is built to be flexible, it's built to be fast, it's built to be strong, but everything that you're trying to do is a fitness magazine cover, maybe your body is not designed for that. On the other hand, if your body is designed for aesthetics, but everything you want is to run a marathon, maybe your body is not designed for that. Holistic body is identifying the nature of your own body and not transforming your body into what you want it to be, but transforming your body in what it wants, how it wants to be expressed. And so you may ask even, but I want my body still to look good. Well, I know that maybe I should let go of that goal or not. And I say, maybe you don't need to. This is a journey that I had this year with 10X. Some of you guys were in a session with 10X with Lorenzo and Vision just before this. This was from January to March of this year, focusing on what my body is naturally good at. My body is not the body to be Conan the Barbarian. My body is not the body to be huge and muscular and Instagram-like. My body is a body that is very strong for its size. It's very resistant. It has a lot of energy. You have been seeing this for 3 days. A lot of energy that comes out of this body. I'm celebrating this, and by optimizing these areas of my body, the outside also changes. It's a quite good looking body as well, even though you don't even need to care about this anymore. You see, in 3 months, my pants get progressive longer. There's another effect of the whole transformation. So here the point is focusing on what is your natural gift of your own body and expanding that. Holistic transformation happens in that way. Today, the feeling behind that transformation is this. Is a much more empowering feeling. As I feel at home. You know, this is a question that I want to bring to you. Do you feel at home in your body, yes or no? Because if you don't feel at home in your own body, it doesn't matter what happens in any other area of your life, you can't express yourself fully, because inside your own body you feel like an alien. Today I feel empowered. I feel me and my body, we are buddies. There's not a relationship of abuse. There is not a relationship of abandonment. There is a partnership. I honor what my body is designed to do. I serve its needs and it serves mine. And we have a dance. I'll still develop my body to the best of its limits, to the best of its abilities, but respecting its limits. This is what whole body transformation is about. We need to drive transformation from the inside out and integrate all parts of the system. Not only nutrition, not only exercise, but all these parts. So let me break down a couple of things for you. So imagine, how do you do this? How do you integrate all these parts? What are all these parts to begin with? If you are going in a holistic body transformation, there is a body transformation that lasts. The first thing that you do is not cut carbs. It's not, go run or go live. These things can be part of the process. But the first thing that you want to do is to shift your body identity. When I talk about body identity, I'm talking much more about your psychology, your beliefs, rather than your food or your exercise. So there are a couple of topics. For example, breaking old identity beliefs and patterns. You have a couple of old patterns and beliefs that hold your physical body where it is. I'll give an example of, I work with a lady called Liz, and Liz was a lady on his mid-40s, and she was a A-type woman, very strong entrepreneur. She was a single mom, so she had her life sorted out. Her company was great. Herself as a mom, her 2 kids was great. Her parents were still alive, and she was taking care of them as well. So she was a huge leader, a strong caregiver. But her health was always at the back burner. She was dominant in every single other area of her life, but health and body, and she said to me, the worst time of my day is when I look at myself in the mirror, or when I go to the mom's club. Because when I go to my company, I don't mind about how I feel in my body, because everyone knows I'm the boss there. But when I go to the mom's club, I'm just a mom. And there, I am in the middle of many other moms, and I am the one who has clearly the worst relationship with my own body. I'm restricting my body from food. I'm overeating at times. I'm hiding my body. I just feel alien inside my own body. And she said, you know what? I haven't been able to change because it takes too much energy to beat it up enough. That's the words that she said. It takes too much energy to beat it up enough. I take it to the gym, I beat it up as much as I can, but I cannot do this 3 times in a week. I have too much things going on. And you see, there is a belief there. There's a belief of someone saying unconsciously that fitness is about punishing my body. If I'm not regretting a workout, I am not doing this well enough. And so the answer for a person like that is not do a different type of training. It's not do high intensity interval training or do Qigong or do 10x. It's changing an old pattern. And for her, the main belief shift here, she used a couple of NLP techniques to make that shift, was she was a huge, strong caregiver. What if she could look at her body from the external perspective? You had a session with Paul McKenna today. He did this with you in the session, very similar today. What if you put your body in a third-person perspective, and you look at your body in the same way that you look at your own kids, in the same way that you look at the person who you love the most in this world, and you deal with it not from a place of beating up and punishing, but you deal with it in a place of giving care and love. And it turns out that one of the needs of this body is movement, and the offering movement to this body, offering intense movement to this body, is also a way of taking care of that. And that shift that seems simple to talk about, but it's a whole process. And maybe if you relate to that story, you can also put in the chat, and this is very similar to my story. This is what allowed Liz to be in the best shape of her life. It was a way of transforming fitness in a way of giving care, of not only not beating her body for what it is, but celebrating your body for what it can do. Other things that you need to do in this body identity shift are body-mind states of power. If you're changing your identity, you need to be in a place that you feel strong, that you feel inspired. It's not about doing things that you don't want to do. It's not about doing workouts when you hate doing workouts. It's about changing your mind into another version of yourself to whom this behavior is compatible, and this change takes a lot of energy. So here is where we use bioenergetic techniques like Qigong, like breath work, that helps you go through inner transformation. Here is where you use tools like Silva Ultramind tools that Vishen has been facilitating for all of you to go through transformations in different areas of your life. You apply this to health and fitness as well. Then you need to build a chronic health and fitness baseline. We always talk about chronic diseases, right? Chronic illnesses, chronic stress, chronic inflammation. What we want is chronic, the opposite. We want chronic health. We want health by default. But health by default happens through a specific routine. It doesn't happen as an outcome. It happens as an action. You work as, if you are here at Christina's session, she's talking about if you want be healthy, you work on your health. If you want happiness, you work on your happiness. Health is a series of morning, evening, and afternoon routines. Increasing and these are the things that we brought in the beginning of the presentation. Increasing your nutrient intake by fruits and vegetables. Increasing your frequency of activity by moving more often during the day. And all those bingo questions that we answered. You build a routine with micro habits. They start slow. They have no resistance for implementation. So this is what becomes the zero resistance behavioral change. If you say, I hate working out, that's why it doesn't work for me. You will not transform your body and mind if you all of a sudden jump into a 5-day-a-week routine. One, you're now working into a different identity of yourself, to whom working out is something to be celebrated. But you're also starting from micro habits and micro routines that have zero resistance. And then you apply all those things into an umbrella that we call psycho-cybernetics system. Psycho-cybernetics is a combination of tools that you apply to your unconscious mind that help you create behaviors that take you on autopilot in the direction that you want to go. That by default points you in the routines that foster health and fitness. So now we are building a series of mind tools that help you execute basic health and fitness baseline habits. This is the first stage. And someone, for example, we have the effects of something like this is what we can see by Nick here. Nick has done 10x with us, and 10x is one of the elements of this whole system. And what Nick says from his experience is, hey, not only has my body improved, but this course has also fundamentally changed the way that I think about fitness and nutrition. This is the goal. The first phase, this is the goal. It's not about changing your body, it's changing the way that you think about it. from the level of the subconscious mind, from the inside out. Once this is done, then you go to something called the racing mode. Once you turn your identity into someone to whom all these health and fitness baseline practices are now zero resistance, now you increase the speed. Now you take your car and you say, now we're gonna drive we're gonna express the full power of this thing. So you start building routines for a short amount of time that you're sprinting into your physiological transformation. So what I mean by this, now you start applying strength training and cardiovascular fitness routines. One of the options is the ART training, adaptive responsive training, as you have seen on 10X. You apply 10X on this, increase the intensity of your transformation and the intensity of your training. And because you're increasing the intensity of training, now you also need to optimize sleep quality and quantity. A lot of people are working only on nutrition and exercise, but there's no recovery. And then this is when you add intermittent fasting to the equation. And because now we are increasing the intensity of this transformation, now you need to know the differences between